Chapter 241. It's unusually quiet here, Gale said. The afternoon sun shone on the withered leaves, and the light in the forest was constantly changing. My lord, there's a legend among the mountain people. The reason why the forest is so quiet is because the goddess of the lake is watching over it. In such a place, do not turn around, Tyrese said. The Viscount's pale hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he looked into the forest. There was a path of wild beasts. My lord, you must be joking. Gale felt a chill run down his spine as he looked around. It was as if there really was a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. Chaos above, the gods are nothing but illusions. No, Gale, Tyrese replied. I believe that the gods are real. Gale looked at the young Viscount, as if he was trying to see the source of this heresy from his kind eyes. Turst was the son of all for one, and those who were chosen for this position had to be carefully selected by the higher-ups. Whether it was wisdom, talent, or loyalty to the teachings, he was one in a million. Even though his personality was fickle, it was still hard to believe that he would say such a thing. If there are gods, Gale replied, then what we're doing, is it not blasphemy? Tyrese looked at him, as if he was mocking the young knight's weakness. If there are gods, he said, are they necessarily correct? I don't think so. Gale was speechless, and only then did he realize the difference between him and Tyrese. The young Viscount turned around and saw that at the edge of the forest, the knight had finally pulled the boat ashore. Let's be on our way. He snapped his fingers. In such a place, we might run into something like a ghost at night. Even though it's not much of a threat, it's still troublesome. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and swept the corner of his grey robe on the ground. Gale followed closely behind him. Not long after, a knight caught up with them. My lord, the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 7th squads have all arrived, he reported in a low voice. We received a signal from the north, and other than us, the others have already reached the shore. As for the other teams, they didn't seem to be able to pass through the fog outside. Turst looked at the scenery of the forest with great interest, as if the light from the forest had melted into his narrow eyes, causing them to soften. So, he said, there are 37 of us, are there not? The knight nodded. 37 silver tears, including me, he pointed at himself, should be enough to deal with a knight of the lake. If the information is correct, Gale didn't answer. Turst turned around when he heard the rustling of footsteps in the forest. Gale's hand was still tightly gripping the hilt of his long sword, his nose hissing. How big is this island, my lord? He asked. Are you scared? Turst asked. Gale, the fisherman said that the Knight of the Lake will not appear outside White Mountain. Gale took a deep breath and released his hand stiffly. I'm sorry, my lord. Turst smiled good-naturedly. The group passed through the forest and met up with their companions in the north. They arrived at the holy white rock before the sun set in the afternoon. The afterglow fell on the white stone walls, dazzling them. The young Viscount placed his hand on the boulder in front of everyone. His slender fingers traced the uneven surface of the boulder, and the rough texture gave him a sense of history. It was as if he had gone back in time, thousands of years ago, to the time when a king came here with his sword and slumbered in this forest. There is a king here, he said. Do you know who it is? King Eric? Gale asked. No, Turst shook his head. It's not him. He lowered his hand and walked along the boulder. It didn't take long for them to find a cave that led to the interior of the boulder. Behind the cave was an emerald forest, which the natives called the Forest of Dreams. The young Viscount stopped and asked, Is this the place? Yes, my lord, the knight behind him replied. The information said that the Knight of the Lake is in the forest behind us. Then, are you all prepared with your weapons? Everyone patted the swords at their waist. Turst nodded with satisfaction. If that's the case, then follow me. Chaos above. The knight replied. Brando sat in front of his walnut desk and suddenly felt the philosopher's slate tremble slightly. Again. He was slightly surprised. After a moment of confusion, he put down the quill in his hand and took out the philosopher's slate and placed it on the desk beside the letter. The sage slate trembled slightly, as if it had suddenly come to life on the wooden table. But after a while, it calmed down. It did not move. What's wrong, my lord? Amandina asked and blinked her eyes. She sat quietly on a high-backed chair beside Brando, and the sunlight shone in from the window. Her posture was elegant, and her neck was as slender as a swan's. Brendel turned back to look at her, lost in thought for a moment. It's nothing. He used his hand to push the philosopher's slate lightly, but there was still no reaction. It's probably a low-frequency resonance, Brando thought for a moment. It's a common occurrence recently. He opened the drawer and placed the philosopher's slate inside. He then took out the quill from the ink bottle, but his train of thought was interrupted and he did not know where to start. Brando rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Are you writing a letter to Miss Freya? Amandina glanced at the letter on the desk. Yes, my head hurts. Brando replied. Even though we killed Grodin, the real trouble has only just begun. He raised his head again. Tell me, Amandina, how should we deal with Count Randner? Amandina raised her head and looked at him with a hint of annoyance. I thought my lord had a plan, she replied. Why didn't you ask for my opinion when you insisted on doing things your own way? If I gave up, Brando smiled, would you be at ease? Amandina turned her head away and did not say anything. Sundara. Brando thought to himself. He poked the quill on the paper and asked, By the way, what did you mean when you said those words to the mercenary leader? What I meant on the surface. I don't think so, Brando shook his head. I understand that you have complaints in your heart, but you and I both know that you're not someone who speaks without thinking, and you shouldn't say so much in front of an outsider. He took the parchment, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it out of the window. Aren't you smart, Amandina? I'm lucky to have a subordinate like you. Amandina looked back at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes. It was because my lord wanted to subdue the mercenaries, she replied. That's why I acted on my own accord. So you don't blame me? Brando breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens. I've never blamed you, Amandina smiled faintly. I'm just a little angry that you left me behind. She furrowed her brows. I'm more worried that I won't be able to keep up with my lord's pace. I don't know, maybe there's something deeply rooted in my heart that will lead me further and further away. Brando smiled. I won't go too far if I have the heart. But he did not say it out loud and took out another piece of parchment. So you have an idea, Amandina? He asked. Amandina nodded. More or less. Amandina said, My lord is taking risks, and I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve the danger we're about to face. But when it comes to conflicts between nobles, it's best to use a small force to gain a large one. First of all, we need to see if we can find a backer, but I'm afraid we can't rely on traditional means. Our foundation is still shallow, and no one will take the risk of offending Count Randner. We can consider his enemies, but our strength is too small, and our actions have already challenged the rules of the game. Amandina thought for a moment before continuing. The remaining options are those that don't make sense. For example, the Southern Legion. Madara isn't out of the question. Brando waved his hand. Forget about Madara, he replied. Tell me about the Southern Legion. Count Randner and Madara must have a few reasons for forming an alliance, Amandina replied. The first reason is to use Madara's hand to weaken the Southern Legion. The second reason is to allow them to suppress the strength of the Highlanders within Randner's borders. Have you noticed, my lord? Madara's undead army has not taken a single step into the lightning pool of the Goddess Lake. From the information we received from the outside, they are most active in the autonomous regions of the Highlanders. Amandina continued. If that's the case, the Southern Legion will be isolated and without reinforcements. I'm afraid that they will hate Count Randner for not caring about them. However, the Southern Legion's garrisons are mostly barren lands or forests. The biggest problem they face is a lack of supplies. If we can form an alliance with them, we can at least guarantee that we won't have to worry about Count Randner's safety. You mean Madara? Amandina nodded. It's a good idea. Brando used his quill to scribble on the parchment. His gaze was focused on a point outside the window as if he was thinking about something. But the Southern Legion is currently in deep trouble. After the battle with Madara, they have already cut off all contact with the outside world. Whether or not this organization still exists is a problem. Even if it does, how to contact them is another problem. He stopped writing and took a deep breath. We can't rely on luck, so this idea can only be used as a backup plan. I can send people to Mount Grallas, but before we receive any concrete information, this is only a safety measure. Is there anything else to consider? What about the silver elves that my lord met? Can they be of help? Amandina asked. If we're talking about borrowing strength, they're the biggest help. P.S. I'm designing the later parts of the story. Chapter 242. Silver Elves. Brando tilted his body and rested his chin on one hand. Of course, but the friendship with the silver folk is one of the last cards I can use. I will try my best to avoid using this card until the very end. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Amandina looked at the yellowed letter under the young lord's pen. Other than parchment and sedge, most of Tanajal's paper came from a certain paper tree, in the Grinoires region in the south. The locals called this tree Douai gold, meaning the tree that produced gold. Most of these papers were sent to the rich provinces of Ampere Seal, Cipher or Corvado. But now, this trade relationship was unilaterally cut off because of the imminent civil war. The girl blinked and thought of the current situation. "My lord," she looked up. "Do you want?" She suddenly frowned. "But even if the princess's faction is weak, they might not be interested in us. Besides, compared to us, the royal faction is obviously more unwilling to offend Count Ranner." "You hit the nail on the head, Amandina." Brando folded the second letter and crumpled it into a ball. "But what if we don't borrow power, but instead divert it? What will happen?" He said as he threw the crumpled paper out. "Divert it. This letter is indeed addressed to Princess Griffine Corvado Orderfis," Brendel replied. "It's meant to give us a chance to breathe from the pressure we've been under." He flipped the tip of his quill and pushed the quill and the paper towards the noblewoman. "You write it. A letter to Her Highness?" Amandina took the pen and paper, took a light breath, and pressed the tip of the pen on the paper. "How do I write it?" "You decide on the format, and the content is written like this." Brando snapped his fingers. "On the 17th of the month of autumn's twilight, written in Tonajal, Baron Abies Fief, by Her Highness Griffine Corvado Oderfis. During the battle 2 nights ago, in Sursta, the Black Lord's undead army, led by Matter, bypassed the 4 southern territories and launched a sneak attack on Abies Castle. Not only did they cause a lot of casualties, but Grodin also died in the battle. As a pioneer knight of the kingdom and the Lord of Valhalla, your humble servant believes that I have the duty to temporarily assume responsibility for the defense of this place, thanks to the Baron's hospitality and my dual identity as the Lord of Valhalla. After a night of fighting, the undead have been repelled. However, to prevent the undead from invading again, from today onwards, I will temporarily lead the defense and administrative work of this place." He paused for a moment. Until the arrival of the new lord personally appointed by Her Highness, Brando looked at the noblewomen who were engrossed in writing, and the scratching of the pen was like a whisper in his ear. "Continue," he said, "and I will question Count Ranner's responsibility. Why did he conceal the fact that Insursta's undead army had stopped in the south? And why did he let Madara's army pass through the 4 territories without alerting anyone? Secondly, I hope that Her Highness will forgive me. Lastly, I will attach a magic stone that recorded the images of the battlefield as proof of my words." Amandina raised her head in surprise. "A magic stone?" she asked. "Where did this come from?" Just as she finished her sentence, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The young lord raised his head and answered, and the door opened. The one who came in was Falerne, the elder of the Wild Elf sisters. She looked at the 2 people in the room, and then walked to Brando's side. "My lord," she answered in a flat tone, and placed a grayish-white stone orb covered with fine patterns beside Brando's hand. "This is what you wanted." Today, the elven lady was wearing a tight leather armor with a simple short skirt. Her thin golden hair was tied up behind her head, making her look natural and capable. "Are you done with the inspection?" Brando asked. Falerne nodded. Amandina recognized that the orb in Falerne's hand was a magic stone. It was a magical item made by the mages of Buga, and it was able to record and transmit images. Before the establishment of the Silver Union, the mages and craftsmen had discovered a type of quartz that could record images for a short period of time, 1 or 2 days. However, the silver folk had channeled the quartz into a magic circle to create magic stones that could store images for decades. Magic stones were not rare, but the noblewoman took a closer look at the young man. "My liege had prepared everything yesterday," she thought to herself. "My liege may be impulsive, but he is not reckless." Brando put away the orb and said to Amandina, "With this letter, we will have to see how Princess Griffine Corvado Oderfis will react. But I believe that Her Highness is a smart person, and I believe that she will make good use of this opportunity." "You are familiar with Her Highness?" Amandina grasped the crux of the matter with her unique sensitivity. "My lord?" A girl who can leave the turbulent Corvado alone, sneak back to her own territory, and borrow the power of the royal faction to oppose her brother. Is this not mature enough? Brando turned around and answered, Amandina, don't forget that she is not yet 16 years old. He paused for a moment. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, the people around her are not deaf or blind. The royal faction has experienced the power struggle in the palace, and they should be able to see the meaning behind this letter. He took the letter from Amandina's hand and flicked it. The paper made a rustling sound. Count Randner is wavering between the regional faction and the royal faction. Both sides are happy to see a variable like us appear to pressure him, Brando replied. So the key to this letter is not whether what is written in it is true, but how true it can appear. If the royal faction obtains this letter, it will be an opportunity to force Count Randner to take a stand. Choosing to be a pawn is a good choice when we are at a disadvantage, Amandina frowned. But once Count Randner leans towards the royal faction, we will be abandoned. It's not that simple, the young lord shook his head. Count Randner is an old fox and he is cautious by nature. How can he be easily manipulated by one side? He has an indecisive personality, and once he is pressured, his anger will be replaced by vigilance. This way, at least temporarily, the pressure on us will be relieved. But in the long run, as long as we have time to breathe, there will be variables for us. He waved the letter and answered. In the end, strength determines fate. Amandina glanced at him, but quickly lowered her eyes. Brando had told them in private that he was just a knight from the frontier, but how could a knight from the frontier know so many secrets? Only those who had received special education could know the traditions and personalities of nobles like the back of their hands. Even though the mysteries of the youth were revealed one by one, Amandina was more and more certain that there was a story behind him. She was not the only one. Most of the people who followed Brando believed so as well. But we killed his son, Amandina was a little confused. Are we going to let it go just like that? For an old noble family, compared to status and power, their children are nothing. Amandina answered calmly. Grodin is not Count Randner's only son, but he will not let this matter rest for the sake of his family's honor. No matter when, we will still have to face Count Randner's army. Brando nodded in agreement with Amandina's words. Pawns also need to have value, he replied. We need to show the princess that we can pressure Count Randner. If we don't even have the ability to stand on our own, no one will be willing to invest in us. Invest in us? It's like a gambler placing a bet. Brando explained, a good gambler doesn't just believe in luck. Amandina and Amandina nodded to show that they understood. But Brando put down the letter and took out another one from the drawer. He said to Amandina, Amandina, make another copy of this letter. Amandina was stunned. This letter is for Reto and the others. We will have to fight Count Randner and Grodin's retainers soon. The young lord replied, I can only rely on the mercenaries outside, but I don't know if they are reliable or not. He glanced at the door. You know that I don't like to rely on uncertainties, so I need them to give up on their original plans and meet up with me here. Amandina opened the letter and read its contents. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She thought for a moment and suddenly raised her head. How do you plan to deal with the people in the Green Village? This was a question that Brando had been thinking about for a long time. He could see that the werewolves were willing to follow him, but they did not dare to speak up because of their lowly status. But he did not care about this. The Green Village had a population of more than 300, and because of the werewolves' natural constitution and the harsh environment of the dark forest, more than half of them were iron-ranked warriors. Disregarding other factors, they could be considered a powerful force to be reckoned with. He pondered for a moment. The Erewhon might not be able to accept the Xenia for the time being. The only way is to have them return to the Green Village temporarily. When I find that place, I will need a large number of people. That place. Amandina and Amandina were surprised. A fantasy land called Valhalla. You will understand soon enough, Brando tapped on the table with his finger. By the way, what's up with the druids? I haven't asked you yet, Amandina. That's just a coincidence, Amandina replied. I didn't expect them to come when I encouraged the villagers. But I think, she raised her head and looked at Brando. They're here for Sifrid. Sifrid? Brando furrowed his brows slightly. I've almost straightened it out and will explode tomorrow. I'm looking for double the amount of votes next month. I've realized that I've been chased out a lot. I'm looking for subscriptions and recommendations. If you want to know what's going to happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Chapter 243. Just as Brando was about to mention Sifrid's name, the door to the room was pushed open without warning. The young lord's mouth froze as he felt a little annoyed. Who was so rude? He turned around and saw the most unique of the three faces outside the door. It was a man with dark skin with rocky edges and deep-set eyes. His hair was braided and fell on a bearskin coat. "Sir, at this time you can't." The mercenary who had been forced to retreat into the room stopped abruptly. He turned around and looked at the young lord apologetically. "My lord, they." The mercenary who had been forced to retreat into the room stopped abruptly. He turned around and looked at the young lord apologetically. "My lord, they." Brando waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He raised his head and looked at the tall druid standing motionlessly by the door. He recognized the druid's name as Andrew, one of the elders of the Withering Tree Council. The two men behind him were Rend and Ramu, both of them from the younger generation of the Forest Council. The mercenary left the room and closed the door behind him, and the room became quiet. Andrew's eyes were sharp as a hawk's as he looked at the furnishings in the room. Since the battle had just ended, the room was still decorated in the dark red style that Grodin favored. However, there was a pungent smell coming from the thick carpet that made him frown. When the guards left, Amandina stood up angrily. "What are you doing?" Even though she was petite, she did not back down. "How can you just barge in like that?" Brando sighed when he heard her words. These beasts really don't know how to interact with humans in a civilized world. He stopped Amandina and looked at Sifrid, who was standing behind the three druids. Every time he looked at the little girl's long green hair that flowed like a waterfall, he could not help but feel a sense of freshness. Sifrid hid behind the three druids who were as tall as a bear and smiled shyly at him. Brando's expression softened a little, and he asked, "So, what's going on here?" He was certain that the druids were here for Sifrid. The druids of the forest were a special force in the Amber Sword. They abided by their agreement with Sifrid and lived in the dark forest beyond the borders of civilization. Other than recording the effects of the magic moon on the animals in the wilderness, they also monitored the growth of the dark forest. Some of the druids had a good relationship with the locals and would occasionally come out of the dark forest to warn the locals of the invasion of monsters. But the druids of the Withering Tree Council did not belong to that group. Something must have happened in the dark forest for them to appear here. What to do with Sifrid? "Lord Viscount," André replied stiffly, "we have come to take Sifrid away." "What do you mean?" he asked as he looked at Sifrid. But the little girl avoided his eyes, lowered her head and nodded. This made him feel a little strange. "So," Brando looked at the three druids, "what business do you have with me?" "It's like this, my lord." The youth who had been standing behind Andelu interjected. "Even though we have sought the opinion of Miss Sifrid, her father, and the village elder, Miss Sifrid still insists on obtaining my lord's permission before leaving." "Is that so?" Brando lowered his head to look at Sifrid. "That's right," Sifrid whispered. "Brother Brando." The young lord looked at her, then at Andrew's party. He pondered for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. "So, what's the matter?" he asked with a frown. "Just tell me." "Miss Sifrid has requested for us to form an alliance with you, my lord." Andrew's light gray eyes fell on Erwin's body, as if he was sizing up a certain part of Erwin's old nobility system. He said, "Because it said that you got into trouble in order to save her." Andrew's stiff Kurlutz language was rather forceful. "We've considered it, and it's not unacceptable, but there are a few conditions." "Wait," Brendel frowned and waved his hand to interrupt them. "I'm not interested in human trafficking. You better tell me what's going on from the beginning to the end." The room fell silent, and Amandina and Falerne turned their heads to look at him. The three druids looked at each other and Andrew spoke up. "Very well, my lord. The reason why the three of us left the forest is because of the saint's prophecy." Brando raised his eyebrows slightly, but he continued to listen patiently. The druid elder continued. "The prophecy mentioned that a little girl will inherit Lady Sifrid's will, and will be born in this land." He paused for a moment. "And we believe that this little girl is Sifrid." "Apocalypse?" Brando nodded. In the world of Woned, even though the gods were incarnated into the laws of nature, they still had the power to influence the world. When this power interfered with the history of mortals, an oracle would be sent down. This was the prophecy of the saint. But when he looked at Sifrid, the first thing that came to his mind was whether the druids were lying to him. A druid would never joke about the name of the forest god, unless they were impostors. But of course, they were not impostors. The druid's magic could not escape Brando's eyes. This news surprised him. If Sifrid was born because of the saint's will, then she was not a chosen. Brando then thought of Grodin's actions against Sifrid. Perhaps the undead of Madara had received some sort of revelation from this prophecy. Furthermore, the Baron might have also received this information from the skeletons. If that was the case, then the previous mystery could be explained. It seems that the relationship between Count Ranner and Madara isn't as simple as just using each other. Based on this prophecy, there's a possibility of a deeper alliance between them. But if the prophecy involves the druids and Madara's undead at the same time, then it might not be as simple as Naya. Brando could not help but think that the forest goddess and the undead were enemies, and Madara was under the protection of the darkness dragon. In this way, things became complicated. How can you be sure that the person mentioned in the prophecy, Brando asked seriously, is Sifrid? My lord, we have the means to confirm it. Reed replied. Means? Andro nodded and immediately bowed to Sifrid. Miss Sifrid, can you please turn around? The tall druid bowed down to a little girl who was less than half his height, looking like a clumsy bear. It was rather comical. Sifrid nodded obediently and turned around. She parted her hair behind her beautiful little ears, allowing Brando to see a beautiful pattern on the back of her snow-white neck. It was a leaf-shaped pattern that was derived from a thumb-sized emerald in the middle of her neck, forming a vein. When Brando saw the pattern, he almost jumped up from his chair. Naya's sacred rune. He shouted in a low voice, his hand holding the table tightly. He blurted out subconsciously, Marcia above, daughter of the forest. Andro nodded to Sifrid, and the little girl let her hair down again. She turned around and smiled shyly. But the tall druid's expression turned serious as he looked at Brando. My lord, Andro asked, do you know of this legend? You mean the saintess of the forest? Brando calmed himself down and nodded. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm not Viscount Gaston, but I used that identity to deceive Grodin. You can call me Brando. I'm a Highland knight. The Shire is my retainer. He paused for a moment. In fact, I've learned a lot of things from my mentor, and I also heard about the legend of the saintess of the forest. Brando finished telling the old lie, and the three druids did not raise any objections. Instead, they were enlightened. Brando's claim that wizards were knowledgeable was the best excuse for him to hide his identity. Besides, the Shire would never help him expose this lie anyway. But when they heard the young lord's next sentence, their expressions changed. The saintess of the forest is the founder of Valhalla. Valhalla! Andro almost rushed over and grabbed Brando's collar, but after taking a step forward, he remembered that this ordinary-looking young man was actually a terrifying gold-ranked warrior. He paused for a moment and asked, My lord, you said that Valhalla is related to the saintess of the forest? The fantasy country that only exists in legends? You don't know about it? Brando was surprised. The saintess of the forest was Naya's chosen one, the daughter of the forest. She was the only inheritor of the bloodline of Valhalla, and she had a considerable connection with this group of druids. He found it hard to believe that they did not know anything about it. But he still shook his head. Valhalla does not only exist in legends. On the contrary, it has always existed in this forest. But I'm curious. You have been living in this forest all this time, and yet you don't know anything about it. The druids looked at each other and whispered to each other for a while before they calmed down. The existence of Valhalla has always been a legend in this area. According to the rumor, this dusty country is one of the first few places left behind by Lady Martha, Rom said. No one can confirm the story from such a long time ago. But rumor has it that there is a primordial flame in Valhalla. If it can be reignited, the Black Forest south of Tonajul will become a place of order. He could not help but gulp. In this way, the druids of the Deadwood Council, who have been guarding the land for generations, can finally come to an end, and we can also answer to Lady Naya. So, Brando glanced at them, this is the meaning of the apocalypse. 1. Goddess of the forest. 2. A kind of wilderness. The Black Forest was a vast forest located on the border of Wonde, outside of civilization. It was widely distributed from the south of Erewhon, all the way to Saint Tossol, the Knight's Nation, Grace, and even the area on the border of Iranta. Long before the Dark Age, humans had learned to explore and open up new places in the Black Forest. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 244. Wait a minute, Andelu interrupted Brando. My lord, what do you mean when you say that Valhalla has always existed in this forest? Just like what I said on the surface. Brando replied. The druid shook his head. That's impossible, he said with certainty. If Valhalla is in the forest, there's no way we wouldn't have sensed it. Andelu suddenly realized that the youth was trying to trick him. They were only here for Sifrid in the first place. But Andelu had accidentally revealed so much, some of which were even related to the core of Naya's prophecy. He paused for a moment and stopped abruptly. Sir, let's return to the topic at the beginning. Sifrid has given me full authority to decide on this matter. If you can't convince me, don't even think of taking her half a step out of this territory. Brendel shook his head. Sifrid has given me full authority in this matter. If you can't convince me, don't even think of taking her half a step out of this territory. Andelu raised an eyebrow, but Brendel interrupted him. There's no need for unnecessary words. My understanding of you druids is no less than your understanding of yourselves. Brando said coldly. Whether it's melding with the stone or forest steps, I have a way to capture you. You can give it a try. When Andelu heard Brando's words, he immediately gave up on the idea of forcibly taking Sifrid away. Mortals had a very shallow understanding of druids, but this young man in front of him was obviously an exception. If he knew what he was thinking, it would not be an empty threat. He hesitated for a moment before replying. Then my lord, what do you mean? We have already made our words clear, and I believe that you can trust us. We swear in Naya's name that we have no intention of harming Miss Sifrid. We are only taking her to complete the necessary ritual to become a druid. You don't want to ignite the fire seed of Valhalla? Brando asked. The three druids were stunned. What are you trying to say, my lord? The youth called Rend, who was standing behind Andelu, finally spoke up. Of course we want to ignite the fire seed of Valhalla. This is one of our main objectives in the Dark Forest. The druids also believe in Lady Martha, and this is a promise that we have always kept. He replied, But forgive me for being blunt, my lord, but I don't quite understand what you mean. My meaning is simple, Brando replied. Valhalla has always existed in the Dark Forest. He looked at Sifrid and suddenly realized something. I understand now. You must have misunderstood something. The fire seed of Valhalla. The saintess of the forest did not mean igniting the fire seed, but activating a part of Valhalla's ability. The young man paused for a moment and leaned back on the chair with a playful look on his face. He crossed his fingers and said, Let's make a deal. What deal? Help me find Valhalla, and I'll light the fire seed for you, Brendel said slowly. So you can become the Lord of Valhalla as a Knight of Valhalla? Andrew glanced at the young man and realized for the first time what he was thinking. Actually, this suggestion is not impossible. We druids have no desire for power. However, he changed the topic and replied, I still want to say it again. Valhalla is not in the forest. It is just a legend. Brando shook his head. All right, let's put it another way. I don't want you to help me find Valhalla. I want you to go deep into the Dark Forest and help me find some ruins. Ruins? There are ruins in the Dark Forest. Rend suddenly whispered. Elder, the ruins we found last time in the Loop of Wind? Are you sure that the ruins are Valhalla? Andrew suddenly reacted and glared at Brendel, questioning. Are you sure the ruins are Valhalla? I've seen it with my own eyes, and it's just a pile of rubble. Humans have ventured deep into the Dark Forest several times, and it's normal for them to leave behind ruins. But we've already searched the area thoroughly, and we didn't find anything related to the fire seed. Brando listened and checked in his mind. He asked, The Loop of Wind you speak of, is it the monsoon path around the Kalanga Mountains? The druid elder was startled for a moment, and then nodded. Then it's correct. Brando replied with certainty. He knew that Valhalla was built on the monsoon path around the Kalanga Mountains, so the abundant rain from the Dead Moon Sea in the summer allowed the crops in the territory to flourish. But this wasn't the key point. Brando suppressed his excitement. How long ago did you find the ruins? Andela was infected by his seriousness, and couldn't help but become serious. About 3 years ago. Can you still confirm the direction? It's hard to say, Andelu shook his head. In fact, it was an accident that we found the ruins. At that time, we went deep into the Kalanga Mountains to investigate the ecology of the dark forest. If we want to find the place now, I'm afraid we'll have to send out another expedition team to confirm it. But with the general direction, it won't take much time. He raised his head. Does my lord want to go with us? Brando shook his head. No, I don't have the time now. He replied. This deal is done. Send someone to find the place, and inform me immediately once there's definite news. He looked at the 3 druids. This deal was in his favor, but Brando knew that the druids didn't consider it that way. These people who lived in the dark forest didn't care about fame and wealth, and to deal with them, one had to understand what they were interested in. And the fire seed of Valhalla was an irresistible temptation to these druids. Andelu and the 2 youths behind him nodded as expected. In their eyes, Brando's proposal was also beneficial to them. Amandina had been listening to their conversation since the beginning, and she found it difficult to interrupt. But she finally found a chance to speak. When Andelu agreed to Brando's proposal, she immediately opened her mouth. You took Sifrid away, but her relatives in the Green Village are all in the Baron of Abes. Have you not considered the possibility that Count Randner's vengeance will descend upon us at any time? Andrew glanced at the noble's daughter. Her words made him frown. Don't worry, my lord. When I return to the council, you will receive the druid's aid. But like we said before, we have a condition. Brando looked at Sifrid, and the latter nodded. Speak, he said. Our duty is only to protect your forces in the Ferber barony, the druid said as he looked at the young man. It was as if he could see the ambition in the young man's eyes. He knew that the young man's intentions were far beyond that. But he did not want the druids to be tied to Brando's war chariot, so he reminded him, other than this, we will not provide any more help. He was waiting for the expected bargaining, but Brando nodded instead. The druids have always been neutral. I'm satisfied that you can say so. Let's leave it at that. He thought for a moment and added, but there's one more thing. The area of protection includes Valhalla. Andela was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Of course. Brando was laughing in his heart. These fellows must have been stupid after staying in the forest for so long. Even though he was much more experienced than Grodin, he was still only at this level. The druids were able to predict his plan, but they neglected the ambitions of the other nobles. Just like Tonagel's current situation. Count Randner would not let this matter rest, and war was inevitable. Moreover, even if the war ended, the other nobles would still covet Valhalla's legendary territory. The greed of the human heart was endless, and it was only a matter of time before they boarded the war chariot. Brando knew that he had to save the crumbling Erewhon from the fate of destruction. In order to fight against the great inertia of history, he had to obtain more help. Tonagel's druids were an opportunity, and a part of his plan. This was a step forward, and no matter how big or small it was, history would change forever. But he stopped and looked at Sifrid. Sifrid, becoming a druid is not an easy task. Even though you are the chosen one of Goddess Nia, a person's fate is still in their own hands. Even if you stay here, you can still learn a lot. He paused for a moment, and his voice became gentler. So you still want to go with Andelu and the others? His words made everyone look at him in surprise, especially Andelu and the others. In their minds, Brando was no different from the other nobles in Erewhon, but at this moment, there was a slight change in their view. Sifrid hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded her head. I want to go, Brother Brando. She replied. Why? Falerne looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. She did not understand the druids as well as Brendel did, and she was furious at him for handing over Sifrid, but she could not refute him due to her status. Isn't it good for you to be here, Sifrid? Why do you want to go to the forest? Sifrid raised her head and looked at Amandina. Because of Sister Amandina. She answered seriously. Me. Amandina was surprised. Sister Amandina and father said that it is impossible to not rely on yourself, Sifrid replied in a crisp voice. Brother Brando is very good to me, but I can't accept it with a clear conscience. Uncle Andelu said that when I become a druid, I'll have the same abilities as them. She paused for a moment to catch her breath. At that time, I'll have the ability to protect the villagers. Brando's gaze softened. Well said. He replied. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 245. Brando walked to Sifrid's side and placed his hand on her shoulder. Sifrid is a sensible child. He raised his head and looked at the tall druid elder. I treat her as my own sister, and I'm entrusting her to you according to her wishes. As for whether or not she can become a citizen of the forest, in Vaunt, another name for druids, I don't care, but I ask that you must ensure her safety. He paused, and his tone became more serious. Can you do it? Andelu nodded. There's no need for you to say it, my lord. Thank you, Brother Brando. Sifrid held onto the corner of her clothes with both of her hands and replied obediently. Brando smiled faintly and patted her forehead. The little girl's seriousness and sensibility were naturally lovable no matter where she went, but Brando did not mind her request to form an alliance with the druids. He could see that Andelu was unwilling at first, but since they had Valhalla as a connection, it was only natural for them to form an alliance. He turned to Amandina and said, Amandina, bring Sifrid to prepare the things we need for the journey. Amandina looked at Andelu as if she had just recovered from her thoughts. She looked at Brando with a puzzled expression. I'm going. Of course, Brando replied. Even though Sifrid is still a child, she's still a girl. Only a girl like you would know what to bring. Otherwise, we can only let the Roman do it for us. He smiled and changed the topic. But are you okay with leaving Sifrid in her hands? Amandina thought of Romaine's carefree attitude. She was afraid that Romaine would fill Sifrid's little backpack with her favorite glass beads, even though she had spent a lot of effort to buy them from the merchants back in Bucci. She sighed. But, can't Scarlet do it? She's not as attentive as you. Brando replied. Amandina glanced at him and felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. But when she saw Brando's gaze, she knew that he had something else to say. She thought for a moment and asked, Is there anything else, my lord? Inform Cornelius to come see me. Brando replied. Amandina nodded and walked over to Sifrid's little hand. She took the little girl's hand and led her out of the door and closed it behind her. When they left, the only people left in the room were Brendel, Andrew and Brendel, as well as the elven girl who was hugging a record book. Do you have any other orders, Sir Overlord? Andrew looked at the ambitious young man and asked. Even though he was not a worldly man, he knew that Brendel did not simply send Sifrid away to prepare her luggage. We are druids, and we don't know how to beat around the bush. My lord, please speak your mind. I'm very busy, so I won't be sending you off for the rest of your journey. Brando replied. I do have some things to say. I know that you don't think our alliance is essential. My lord. Rant, who was behind Andrew, frowned and interrupted him. But he immediately saw Brando waving at him. Wait for me to finish. Brando opened his mouth. I know the druid's attitude towards the dark forest, and I also know the agreement between you and Naya. This is your tradition, but I also have something to tell you. The power of chaos is very strong. You're a member of All for One? Andela's eyes turned cold. Silver Sky Snake? Tree herders, or sheep's head cultists? I thought you would put the tree herders at the front. The druid snorted coldly. Neither. But Brando shook his head. Those people you're talking about are all my enemies. But the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Indeed, the young suzerain said without hesitation. But you and I both know that this era is coming to an end, and the demon moon is about to reach its peak. The last magic tide ended the era of chaos, and no one knows what will happen this time. In such an environment, it is no different from a fantasy for you to suppress the growth of the dark forest. So what? I know much more about the dark forest than you do. Andelu crossed his arms and looked at the young man with extreme suspicion. They were people who had dealt with the dark forest all their lives, but now a stranger told them that he knew more about the forest than they did. This feeling was even more ridiculous than showing one's slight skill in front of an expert. It was simply arrogance for no reason. Brando just smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Think back before the era of chaos, the area of Wonde was less than a quarter of what it is today. Who opened up such a vast territory and turned the thorny dark forest into the land of civilization today? Andelu was a little proud. It was the Druids. Brando still shook his head. To be exact, it was the ancient Druids of the Ring of the World. After the fall of the Tower of Babel, the dark dragons scattered the Druids in the wilderness, and the Ring of the World was divided into the tree herders and the orthodox Druids today. He paused. I don't need to say this, do I? My lord is indeed knowledgeable. No, it's just that we have something in common. Brendel sighed deliberately. Ever since the fall of the Tower of Babel, there has been a rift between the ancient magic system and the modern magic system. Both the Druids and the Wizards are looking for the ancient heritage, but I happen to know a member of the Dragon Clan, and I happen to know some of the doctrines of the Druids. You know ancient magic? Andela's eyes flashed and became sharp. He knew that the only known golden tribe in this world was the Dragon Clan. Dragons were also the only existences that understood ancient string magic. Although Druid magic was an even more mysterious type of runic magic, mysterious knowledge was often shared. Moreover, since Brando said so, he must have some hidden meaning. If he still didn't understand, he would be a real fool. Awasimers. Brando almost finished the incantation word by word. Have you heard of the Seed of Life? He raised his head and asked, You should understand the meaning of this sentence. The three Druids' faces suddenly changed. The Seed of Life that Brando spoke of was the seed of the elven tree. The tree herders often transformed this thing into the golden demon tree, but the sacred tree of life was the only tree they found that could effectively transform the dark forest. It was just that the tree of life was originally rare, and other than artificial cultivation, they could only look for the ancient heritage in the ruins. After all, it was an ancient heritage. They all heard that the passage that Brando recited was a transformation incantation. The core rune was Im, which represented the earth. It was very likely that it was the language of nature of the ancient Druid magic. Legend said that it could directly purify the dark forest completely and save it from the erosion of magic. However, that kind of magic had not existed in this world for more than 1,000 years, if not for some records in the ancient books. At most, the three of them could only hear that the incantation had some connection with Druid magic. Andelu looked at Brando with a complicated expression. Language of nature? Brando nodded. My lord, you know this spell? Are you a Druid? Brando shook his head. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with this thing, because the incantation was written on the ancient slate. In the later stages of the game, almost every player more or less knew something about it. However, just knowing it was not enough to use it, because the only thing that supported this incantation was the ancient slate. The Wizard War later broke out because of this reason. Simply put, this was a gimmick. It looked beautiful, but it was actually worthless. However, it was enough to attract the attention of these Druids. As expected, Andelu frowned. What does that mean? Simply put, I am also interested in the dark forest, Brando replied. However, the stronger the order, the stronger the resistance from the chaos. Therefore, fighting alone is not the best way to solve the problem. As he spoke, he picked up a candle from the table. Druids are used to solving problems from the perspective of the world and the laws of nature, but the goddess of the forest has actually pointed out another path for you. What path? Andelu asked. Brando carefully used scissors to cut off a forked part of the candle's wick and then lit it. He looked up and said, That is to borrow the power of others. He replied, Since the year of chaos, other than the limited traditional model of the Church Pioneer Knight, the civilization has rarely expanded the scope of the guarded lands. However, because of the lack of territory and the erosion of magic, the wars between the civilizations have increased day by day. He paused and changed the topic. However, I intend to open up a new model to end all of this. Even if it's just a trial. The young lord smiled slightly. However, I am very confident. I just don't know if you are interested. Andelu lowered his head and pondered for a moment. My lord, you can just say it. What I mean is, Brando said as he picked up the envelope on the table. He tilted the candle slightly and let the hot wax drip on the envelope. To transform Erewhon into a country full of vitality and constantly expanding outwards, the three Druids gasped in unison. Andelu had expected Brando's ambition, but he did not expect the young man's ambition to be so great. His goal was not as simple as being a vassal, but to change this ancient kingdom. They could even hear that his tone was far more than that. The expansion of Erewhon. This young man wanted to build an empire with his own hands. Ambition was a good thing for some people, but it caused Endelu to feel deeply uneasy. He looked at Brando vigilantly. Expansion will bring bloodshed and war, which is contrary to our beliefs, he said in a low voice to avoid making the other party unhappy. Therefore, my lord, if you want to use this to entice us to join you, I'm afraid you are wrong. War is inevitable. Brando put down the candle and took off the ring of the Wind Empress. However, for me, war is a means to protect myself. Because I'm afraid you have misunderstood the meaning of expansion. Wait, you mean? Endelu interrupted him in disbelief. Brando nodded seriously. The expansion I'm talking about is the barbarian lands. He pressed the ring of the Wind Empress on the wax and then raised it. Using the power of the country, we will open up new territories in the barbarian lands. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 246. The expansion I'm talking about is aimed at the wilderness. Using the power of the kingdom, we can open up new territories in the wilderness. Brando replied, pausing between each word. Then he stopped what he was doing and looked up at Andrew, who was looking at him with a complicated expression. The druid elder took a light breath, but he still did not believe it. But the law of nature is a cycle, and as the lord of a land, you can make things simple. But it's like a force, where there's oppression, there's resistance. You pushing all this with your own power may be a good thing for the world of order, but others may not agree. The elder paused and changed his way of answering. Opening up the borders of civilization is a dangerous and difficult thing, especially in this day and age. My lord, will you take the risk of being opposed by the majority to push all this? It's actually not that difficult. Profit will always drive people to act. Brando replied. He could not help but think that this was just like how gold and silver drove the Portuguese and the Spanish to fight to go out to sea. He was just repeating the path that Prince Enrique had taken. Besides the Holy Cathedral, he was probably the only one who knew how much value there was in the wilderness. It was just that the Holy Cathedral had to measure the ratio of investment to return, and he had a ready-made example. The return from the wilderness will naturally be the motivation for Erewhon to move forward. And people are always forgetful. When there's gold in hand, only a few people will see the risks that come with it. The young lord replied, not to mention, when the majority of people's lives improve, they will not want to go back to the past. You're so sure that investment will produce returns, and that not making ends meet is a common thing. Andrew retorted, once there's a setback at the beginning of the plan, it will be a devastating blow to your entire plan. Brando laughed in his heart. The fact that they were already thinking on his side meant that he had convinced them. After all, this was an innate temptation for druids, and it was almost irresistible. That's why I need you in addition to my experience, he replied. A thorough plan with a bit of luck. Everything has its risks. You can see that individuals often fail because they lack a strong support behind them. This support is the support of the territory, the lord, and even the entire kingdom. Brando thought to himself. In fact, some great lords would occasionally take the initiative to explore new territories. However, with so many enemies, no one dared to invest too much in unknown territory. As a result, this kind of investment was usually a one-time thing that never returned. Over time, apart from the true gamblers, no one was interested in the wilderness anymore. However, this was also because most people did not have a clear understanding of the wilderness. However, he had an advantage, and that was that he knew that his investment would definitely yield returns. This was the advantage of experience. Andrew was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. All right, my lord, you've convinced me. If you can really do all this, what do you need us to do? It's not what I need you to do, Brando replied. It's just that you have to protect the fruits of your labor. You'll understand. In this world, I'm not the only one with ambition. You haven't really seen the greed of other lords. The elder druid nodded. I understand, he replied. I have to say, my lord, you're the best lobbyist I've ever seen. Brendel smiled faintly. He picked up the 2 letters from the table and said, There's one last thing I need to ask of you. Speak. Andrew took a deep breath. Brando's words had even made him a little excited. If he could really do it, then the changes to the entire world of order would be earth-shattering. If the merciful King Eric was the greatest pioneer after the Year of Chaos, then this young man would probably dominate the history of the next era. If he could succeed. Help me deliver these 2 letters. Letters? Who are they for? The elder druid asked. Pass through the forest and you'll be able to reach Port Gris from the east. Some of my subordinates are currently there. Brando replied. Deliver these letters to a man called Copper Dragon Reto. Copper Dragon is his title, so I'm sure you won't get it wrong. Is there anything else? Andrew took the letters and looked through them. Brendel shook his head. There's nothing else. The only thing left is for time to prove itself. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off. I wish you success. Andrew nodded. Then we'll take our leave. He bowed deeply to the young lord, opened the door and went out. Falerne raised her head and watched the trio leave. She turned around and asked, My lord, are you going to deliver the letters to them as well? Even though she knew that Brando was a meticulous person, she still couldn't help but feel uneasy when it came to strangers. She didn't understand why Brando would trust 3 people he had never met before. Not only did he entrust Sifrid to them, he even entrusted them with a matter of life and death. Even if the other party was a druid, what if this identity was fake? Brando naturally couldn't explain the reason to her. He could only explain his knowledge of the druids as a wizard. But on the other hand, he couldn't tell her that he actually knew these people. Where did he meet them? That was more than 10 years later. After the Sacred Stone Conference, he spent a long time raising his prestige in the Witherwood Council. It was all for the sake of clearing the Valhalla ruins. In that era, Grodin was long gone. It was the era when Aween was at its strongest after its resurgence. No one would believe it except for a lunatic. He thought for a moment and replied, Copper Dragon Reto has always been in contact with Freya. It shouldn't be too troublesome to deliver a letter to her. Amandina glared at him. You know that's not what I'm talking about. She snapped. My lord. Brando smiled. Of course I know what you're talking about, Miss Elf. But you have to admit that I know the druids better than you do. Trust me, they're telling the truth. The prophecy of the forest should have appeared a long time ago. The druids' respect for Naya is far beyond what you can imagine. Delivering a letter for me is just a casual activity. I believe that Andrus will treat this as a test. If you don't put yourself in their shoes, it's hard to understand how important this matter is to them. Brendel thought for a while and added, If you don't put yourself in their shoes and consider their values, it's hard to understand how important this matter is to them. But. No buts, Brendel came up with an excuse. Besides, that's a consideration in itself, and I have a backup plan. A backup plan? Falerne looked at him suspiciously. Why didn't she know? The 2 letters that Andrus took away were copied by Amandina. She did not believe that Brando had prepared more. After spending so much time together, she was starting to understand the young man. Of course. Brando could not help but look at Falerne, who was expressionless as usual. He paused for a moment and suddenly thought of an idea. How's the inventory? Falerne lowered her head and looked at him with a trace of disdain. Why would he interrupt a girl's conversation like this? Moreover, I'm his summoned creature. Even though she looked down on him, she still opened the book in her hand and answered in a straightforward manner. We've checked the granaries. There are about 50,000 bushels of grain stored in the granaries, enough to support the city for 3 to 4 months. However, the warehouse is basically empty. The stones, iron, and wood are far less than what we've recorded. We can't even find out the exact direction of the outflow. It was normal for the warehouse to be empty. With Grodin's ability, it was already a miracle that he did not turn Abes into a black forest. However, the ones who really needed to thank were the druids in the forest, even though they did not know that there were such people in the forest. Brando shook his head. We have to find a way to solve the stone and wood shortage. Abes is not safe right now. The walls that were damaged in the battle 2 days ago must be repaired and reinforced immediately. He could not help but rub his forehead when he thought of this. In the game's Lord mode, resources were quantified. This method of making it convenient for the players had caused him a lot of trouble. For example, in the game, reinforcing a section of the city walls required 2 units of stone and wood. However, how much would 2 units of stone and wood cost in real life? Brando had no idea. It was a pity that even though Amandina was knowledgeable, she was not omniscient. Especially when it came to matters like this, he would have to ask professional masonry or officials for advice. But the crux of the problem was that Ferber lacked both stonemasons and officials. The captains of the garrison were not willing to work for her, and most of them were recruited by Grodin from the mercenaries. They could not answer these professional questions. In fact, they did not know as much as the Nightsong Tiger, although the Nightsong Tiger was not much better than Amandina. Brando felt a headache coming on when he thought of this problem. He shook his head. In short, how much do we have left? Is it enough to repair the walls? Falerne looked at him and thought, My lord, didn't you ask for it when you cut the southern gate in half in order to show off? However, she replied with an expressionless face. My lord, to put it simply, we don't have. What? If you want to know more about the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the legal reading. Chapter 247. After listening to Falerne's explanation, Brando finally put down the matter at hand and became serious. There are 4 lumber mills and 2 quarries near Abes. How can there not be any reserves? He raised his head, his light brown eyes reflecting Falerne's slender figure. Even if there is no reserves, Grinoires and Ranner are the most important provinces in Erewhon, and Tonagel is no exception. As far as I know, there are as many as 7 sawmills in the barony of Ferber alone. Even if we can control 4 of the sawmills near Ferber, it would still be enough to repair and reinforce the city walls within a week. Brendel paused. In the game, the lumber mill's weekly output was 1 unit, and Tonagel's specialty products were doubled. However, that was only in the game, and he was not sure if it was the same in real life. My lord, do you know about this? Falerne asked. Of course I do. Brando suppressed his doubts and asked. So what exactly is going on? There are 2 reasons, Falerne said with a straight face. First, the workers in the lumber mill are Grodin's private property, and they are not willing to work for us. Why? Because they are afraid of retaliation. In their eyes, my lord is bound to fail sooner or later. After all, your enemy is Count Ranner, and you, my lord, are but a fledgling noble. That's reasonable, Brando nodded. Then let's dismiss them. Don't make things difficult for them. Without a sense of security, the people will not follow us. Humans are realistic, and no one will believe in empty words. But it's fine, the key to turning the situation around is just around the corner. As long as we get through the first hurdle, our forces will stabilize. Then before that, what about the workers in the lumber mill? Falerne asked in a calm voice. Don't we still have the Xenia people? That won't do. Why? Because before that, my lord must take back the lumber mill. What? Brando was amused. Could it be that the sawmill is still not under our control? He clearly remembered that the nearest sawmill to Abes was only a few miles away. Could it be that the noble's private army that had escaped from Abes had regrouped outside the city so quickly? In the young lord's impression, the noble's private armies did not seem to have such high combat strength and tactical accomplishments. Pharaoh shook her head and answered him. No, according to what we know, 3 of the 4 lumber mills have already been occupied by the subterranean dwellers. The remaining one was abandoned 5 years ago. Caveman? Brando asked. Aren't they the residents of the lowest level of the underground world? Don't they live under the Jorgendi Ridge? Legend has it that the various tribes of the underground world are in endless disputes, and at the same time, they are fighting with the demon lords. When did they have the time to come to the surface? There's a crack in the forest that connects Jorgendi Ridge to the surface world. Furlough paused for a moment. Captain guessed that it might be a tribe that fled here during the war. Grodin doesn't care about it. Brando was a little depressed. He knocked on the table with his knuckles. That's his property. But he suddenly stopped when he saw the elven girl looking at him with her clear green eyes. Her eyes were clearly saying, who knows what those filthy nobles are thinking? He suddenly realized that even though Grodin's lackeys were tyrannical in Abes, they were a complete mess in terms of combat strength. Even a group of mercenaries led by Brendel could easily defeat them, let alone the subterranean dwellers. In the game, mercenaries were nothing more than miscellaneous weapons in the human world. Even though the subterranean dwellers were the lowest level of residents in Jorgendi Ridge, they were also the first official army of the underground kingdom. They were equivalent to crews, the strongest human empire under the Holy Cathedral of Fire. They were at least light cavalry or spearmen, and were the core of the army in the Erewhon Kingdom. If Grodin wanted to rely on his lackeys to fend off the subterranean dwellers, he would have a headache just defending against them, let alone attacking them. Brando couldn't help but pat his forehead as he cursed himself for being incompetent. However, this realization also reminded him of something. Even though level 1 subterranean dwellers were nothing to him, he had to realize that this was before the Second War of the Black Rose. During this time, the highest level of level 5 subterranean dwellers was only level 1. Unlike the second chapter of the Amber Sword, War and Chaos, where monsters like the great alchemist Tamar emerged one after another, ancient units also appeared in the world, and the ranks of the subterranean dwellers rose like a rocket. It was precisely because of that glorious era that Brendel's vision was so high. Thus, the current wars were like child's play to him. For example, the Insursta Dragon's invasion of Buchi, in the future, would be considered a border conflict, but in this era, it could be considered a rare war. After all, he only had a few mercenaries under his command. Most of these mercenaries had yet to reach the level of Iron Ranked, and they were considered as the nobles' private soldiers in the Amber Sword. However, in this era, in this place, they were considered the main force of the war. After all, this was Erewhon, not crews of the Eagle Empire. Thinking of this, the young lord stood up. The elven maiden who was holding a book looked at him calmly, but a hint of curiosity flashed in her green eyes. "My lord? Follow me." Brando replied. "Where are we going?" "We're going to meet someone." "Someone?" Falern was startled, unable to follow his train of thought. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Brando shook his head and took out the sage slate from the drawer. He then took the sword that the elven maiden handed to him. It was an ordinary magic sword, one of Grodin's collection. The Baron was cruel and bloodthirsty, but he was not a brave warrior. It was just that Erewhon's nobles valued martial arts, so he could not help but pretend to be a gentleman. However, all of these items had now become Brando's spoils of war. The young lord weighed the sword in his hand and sighed. It was just an alchemy-grade sword with a black iron label. It could not withstand his full power, but it was slightly better than a common long sword. Every time this happened, he could not help but miss the Thorn of Light. It seemed that ever since he lost that sword, he had not found another weapon that suited him. Although he had many goals in mind, he did not have the time, or the spawn point was not on the way. He put away the sword and added, "I just suddenly felt that time was pressing." The elven maiden glanced at him. Soon, the two of them left the study and silently walked along the corridor on the north side of the castle. Brando looked at the elven maiden who was holding the book as if she wanted to say something, but she held back her words and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Falern looked at the empty corridor in front of her and replied, "It's just that Cabias's relic is still with me, my lord." "That's right." Brando slapped his forehead. "I remember now. What was it that you wanted to ask me last time?" Falern lowered her head and rummaged through her pouch for a while before taking out a small object. She looked at Brando's outstretched hand and opened his palm, revealing a diamond-shaped golden object. Brando looked at the heavy object that looked like a golden shuttle and was slightly startled. He immediately blurted out, "So it's this. Cabias was really lucky." He paused for a moment. "No, I should say that I'm really lucky." Falern looked at him with a puzzled expression. "This thing is called the Stone of Order, also known as the Door Stone. It's a good thing." Brando carefully looked at the golden shuttle as if he was afraid that he had misjudged it. "It can be used to expand the territory." "Expand the territory?" Brando withdrew his gaze and looked at the side of the corridor. His gaze landed on the unknown tree in the courtyard and shook his head. "I don't know how to explain it to you. The Door Stone in the Amber Sword can provide a special attribute to a territory. For example, it can increase the forest's rapid growth, lumber production +1 per week, or increase the workshop specialization, increase the probability of craftsmen being born in the territory." But he didn't know how these things worked in the game. "In any case, this is a rare treasure, but I don't know where that bastard Cabias got it from. He must have snatched it from the nobles in the southern border." Brendel thought for a while and replied, "Anyway, this is a rare treasure, but I don't know where Cabias got it from." He couldn't help but wonder if he should rob him too. Outburst of luck? Falern frowned and took out another ring. "My lord, This is also one of Cabius's relics. Brendel stopped abruptly. He stared at the emblem on the ring with a sword and shield intersecting. His eyes flashed slightly. Warrior's ring, he said with difficulty, then asked. This is also one of Cabius's relics. Falerne nodded, but when she saw his expression, she couldn't help but ask, is it very important? It's more than important. Brando took a deep breath. The warrior's ring, although its name was ordinary, it was just like the knight's ring, the wizard's ring, and even the elementalist's ring. At first glance, people would think that it was a common item that could be found anywhere. If you weren't familiar with its properties, you might be misled by its name. But for players who were familiar with its properties, it was one of the rare priceless treasures in the game. First of all, its level was enough to explain everything. It was a gold item, and a fantasy item. Then Brando took a quick glance at its properties and understood. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as it was in the game. For example, the description of the ring could be summarized in one sentence. It was as simple as the properties on the ring. Because it only had one property. Warrior skills +1. P.S. Thanks to Tieba's bloody-soaked fleeting time, Rutu Yu, Little 7, Great Deity, Yang 6655796, and other students for sorting out the data in this book. For now, this is all I can gather. Please contact Blue Knight. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 248. It's more than just important, Brando said as he gently took the ring from Falerne's hand. He carefully looked at the intersecting sword and saber patterns on the rings. His fingers stroked the cold brass edges and he felt slightly touched. The secondary snake ring, the ring of the Wind Empress, the ring of the Flame, and the ring of the Warrior. All three sides of the magic triangle had been filled. He remembered that in the previous game, he had only completed this feat in the year of the White Holy Griffin, year 378 of the First Era. The enchanted accessories in the Amber Sword were so rare that even the legendary RMB warriors would have to wait 3 months before they could equip themselves with such equipment. On the other hand, other than the weapons in his hand that were slightly lacking, his backup ranged weapon was the brass grade shale longbow and the soul arrow. He had more than 10 enchanted accessories, including the necklace of the rock core, the star of flame, and the necklace of ghouls. He also had the lion heart medal, the elemental bracelet, and 3 amulets. Not to mention the soul diamond and the blackwood sculpture that he made himself. His inventory of enchanted items in the First War of the Black Rose had just ended. However, it was a pity that he had never been able to obtain a true core equipment, such as the strength of the mountains and rivers, a powerful equipment that could change the composition of a character's class. However, he was already so unlucky, so he should be proud of himself for being able to reach this step. And this was because Falerne was in the party. Thinking of this, he could not help but look back at the elder wild elf sister. What is it? Falerne asked. My lord. Brando shook his head and did not answer. He had already put the ring on his left index finger. After putting on the ring, the data on his retina changed continuously. Strength Burst, White Raven Sword Art, and Frontal Breakthrough, all received a +1 level bonus. Soon, Strength Burst, 10+1, White Raven Sword Art, 5+1, and Frontal Breakthrough, 5+1. When Strength Burst reached level 10, Strength Burst would receive a Master's bonus. It would consume 3 times the stamina in the next action and receive 10% and 15-ounce bonus. The White Raven Sword style and Frontal Assault were enhanced by Specialist. Brando swung his sword to the left, and the wind pressure left his sword with a whoosh. However, the wind pressure did not form a complete crescent like before. Instead, it formed a giant net. As it moved forward, the giant net passed through the middle of the courtyard. The scaly blades reflected the light in the air and shone brightly as they tore through layers of vortexes. The two of them stared blankly at the tree that was riddled with holes and had only a bare trunk left. Shredded leaves fluttered and fell to the ground. Damn it, it's an AoE attack, Brando cursed in his heart. Why didn't I know about this before? Does the Erewhon Palace still have this kind of skill? My lord, Falerne hugged her book and blinked her eyes. Is this the palace's sword art? It's just a coincidence, Brando replied. He sheathed his sword and saw 2 figures, one red and one white, rushing over. Scarlet and Metisha were resting in the room next door when they heard the wind pressure explosion created by Brando. They were startled when they saw Brando and Falerne standing in the corridor. They looked at each other and asked in unison, "What's wrong, my lord?" "It's nothing. I'm just practicing my swordsmanship," Brando replied. The red-haired girl frowned as she looked at the old tree in the courtyard. She liked the tree because it gave her an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Just like the leaf she wore on her head, it always gave her a sense of security. She opened her mouth but couldn't find a way to reprimand Brando. She could only give him a dissatisfied look. Brando looked at the red-haired girl, but he didn't see the dissatisfaction in her eyes. "All right, Scarlet. Let's go out for a walk." "Where?" The red-haired girl loosened her grip on her spear. "We'll go to AB's first, then we'll leave the city." "Just us. We'll probably need to bring Cornelius and the others as well," Brando replied. "What about me?" Metisha placed her hand on her chest and asked seriously, "Should I go with you, my lord?" "You stay in the city, Metisha." Brando looked at her and shook his head. The undead didn't go far after they retreated. "I need to leave some people in the city to prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. Although it's a waste to fight a war without a purpose, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. I need to be prepared. You and the Shire will stay in the city. The two of you should be enough to deal with the undead." The Silver Fairy Princess wasn't surprised. She nodded quietly and returned to her original position. Scarlet looked at her and thought of something, but she didn't say anything. She lowered her spear and walked to Brando's side. "So where are we going, my lord?" "The dungeon." "The dungeon?" The dungeon of Coldwood Castle was exactly what most people imagined it to be. It was dark, gloomy, and there was a rotten stench in the air. Occasionally, a rat would run across the uneven stone floor, often bigger than a cat. AB's castle was built in the year of the green, about 240 years ago. At that time, Erwin still had to deal with threats from the borders, so the dungeon was built to imprison barbarians who were captured during the war. But today, it was mostly used to deal with those who couldn't pay the taxes. Poor people, poachers, and nobles who offended Grodin were all casually charged with a crime. Sometimes, even this step was skipped and thrown into the dungeon. This kind of dark days usually lasted for a few years in prison. Aween's criminal law was enacted during the kingdom's most difficult period, and the provisions for the lower classes had not been amended for centuries, so it was extremely harsh. In fact, there were many people who died of illness in the dungeon of AB's castle. After a night of fighting, Brando ordered Amandina to release most of the peasants who couldn't pay the taxes. The usually crowded dungeon was unusually quiet at this moment. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the silent darkness, occasionally colliding with the iron chains that hung from the ceiling. Bosley's sharp senses caught the sound of the footsteps. "Someone's coming." The old man calmed his breathing. The footsteps were steady and strong, and they were moving at a steady pace. It didn't seem like the messy footsteps of the prison guards. Moreover, the guards in the dungeon seemed to have changed since last night. The footsteps of the newcomers were also different. They seemed more like soldiers who were trained in the battlefield, steady and capable, but there was a slight difference. His eyebrows twitched slightly. The footsteps were getting closer. Bosley had interacted with soldiers for half of his life, and he had an instinctive sense for people who were filled with killing intent. He heard the footsteps coming to a stop not too far away, and then a clattering sound could be heard in the darkness. It was the person opening the door. The door led to this area, and the old man knew that he was the only prisoner in this area. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Is the person looking for me?" His heart pounded violently. The iron chains fell to the ground with a clatter. Not long after, the first ray of light shone through the corner and into his cell. Bosley stared greedily at the ray of light. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he didn't move an inch. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last saw light. He didn't even know the sun after he was captured. Did they change their lord? But there's no good person in the Diener family. He snorted lightly in his heart. The flickering light from the torch finally shone into his cell. Bosley moved slightly and lowered his head, allowing his messy hair to cover his face. But after a while, he heard the gentle voice of a young man. The voice was like a clap of thunder, and he couldn't help but raise his head. "Bosley Houston, Lord of Jincheng, Royal Faction. Didn't you die during Everton's rebellion? Bosley raised his head as if he was under a spell. His body was stiff, and his face was pale as he stared at the young man who he had never seen before. The light from the torch in the young man's hand caused him to shrink back, but he couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Brando wasn't wrong. He was Bosley Houston, Lord of Jincheng. The royal faction suffered a crushing defeat in the last war. Even the leader of the royal faction, the Earth Knight Duke Everton, was implicated and imprisoned, let alone a small character like Bosley. When he escaped from the capital, he lied that he had died during the night of the rebellion. But because he wasn't an important character in the royal faction, he was able to escape death. After that, he came to the border of the kingdom and concealed his identity, waiting for the day when the royal faction would rise again. He never thought that he would offend Grodin over a small matter and be thrown into this dark prison. He thought that he would spend the rest of his life in this prison because no one would care about a small character like him. However, he never thought that there would be a day when someone in this dark prison would call out his true identity. Even Grodin didn't know his true identity. It wasn't just him. When Brando spoke, even Falerne and Scarlet looked at him in surprise. It was as if this young lord had always given them curious glances. The two girls were puzzled because he seemed to know people everywhere. A person with vast knowledge could be said to have a good memory. Furthermore, he had such a wide range of connections. He was only in his early 20s, and in their eyes, he was close to a monster. Unless it was as Amandina had guessed, there was an unimaginably large family behind him. But Brando only smiled. "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm not part of the royal faction, nor am I part of Duke Arek's people. Furthermore, I have nothing to do with the Ranner family." The old man who was sitting cross-legged in the cell like a beggar was slightly startled. He looked at Brendel in confusion. "Then you can think of me as a faction of my own, Grandmaster Bosley." Brando took the water bag from the mercenary behind him and handed it to the old man. "But my goal is the same as yours." The old man looked at him with gratitude. Brando's action made him feel more at ease. He took a sip from the water bag and asked, "What do you mean?" "Heroine of Zhongxing. Heroine of Zhongxing." Bosley looked at the young man suspiciously. He put down the water bag with his withered hand that resembled a tree branch. "If that's the case, why don't you join the royal faction and help the Covardo royal family?" He suddenly stopped and looked at the young man carefully. "Or are you on the side of House Cipher?" Brando shook his head. "I have my own position, and I have my own methods. But that's not important. I'm here to ask you to join me. What can an old man like me help you with?" The old man's eyes flashed as he asked sharply, "Grandmaster Bosley, you're Erwin's master craftsman. You're an expert in armor and smithing. Am I right?" Brando asked. "You want to raise a private army?" Bosley's eyes darkened. "Something like that." Dividing Line. Gongxin Juju's latest masterpiece, Thief Chow, book number 15090007. The Three Kingdoms again. However, the main character this time was not Dong Feifei, who had killed many people. Fine, I'll admit it. I love Chow Chow in the Three Kingdoms. I hate Uncle Lu and son Zhongmo the most. This book tells the story of Thief Chow. It's not Chow Pai, Chow Ji or Chow Anmin. It's just like a hot-blooded villain, but I'll try to add in some new material. It's not just about fighting for hegemony. It's actually quite interesting to see one's father become a dragon. It's a bit refreshing. I hope everyone will like this book, like Thief Chow. The rolling waters of the Yangtze River flow to the east, washing away all heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure vanish in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there, and the sun is still setting. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Chapter 249. But I'm a member of the royal faction. The old man shook his head. My lord, do you think I'll agree to this? He raised the water skin in his hand. Or do you think you can convince me with this little bit of kindness? Grandmaster, why don't you let me finish? Brendel replied. Different things have different meanings when placed in different situations. Blindly not changing is the path to self-destruction. I'm sure Grandmaster Bosley has personally experienced Sir Everton's lesson. The old man snorted softly. Then tell me, young man. Less than 2 weeks ago, with the support of Queen Anna, the eldest son of the royal family announced his succession, Brando replied. Other than House Cypher, Marquis Kluge of the Thorny Flower and his men are also supporting him. Even though Master Bosley has been imprisoned for more than 3 years, you should know who these people are, right? Ah! Bosley exclaimed. How could Kluge be in control of the kingdom? What are Lord Auerbeck and his men doing? He suddenly stopped. What about His Majesty? Brando did not answer and only looked at him. The old man was slightly stunned. His white hair trembled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. How could this be? Wouldn't our efforts be in vain? He muttered to himself for a long while, but as someone who had been through a lot, he finally calmed himself down and asked, All right, Lord Auerbeck is definitely not a mediocre person. Tell me, my lord. There must be another reason why they allowed that clown Kluge to take advantage of them, right? Brando nodded. But in his heart, he thought that Marquis Kluge of the Thorny Flower was not a clown. He was one of the core members of All for One. How could he be a mediocre person? But even so, he still narrated the series of events that happened since the War of the Black Rose. From his narration, the meaning of this war became completely different, because at this moment, no one in the entire Awi knew better than him what kind of earth-shattering changes were happening in the neighboring Kingdom of Darkness. You mean Madara's invasion? Exactly. Bosley's expression turned ugly, and he finally raised his hand to interrupt. So you're saying that everything is related to the Mercury Staff? A glint flashed in the old man's eyes. You're saying that the Mercury Staff has resurfaced? Loki's Mercury Staff? Brando was surprised. He did not expect this master craftsman to know about this. The legend of the Mercury Staff was not widely spread in the human world. Even in the game, Erwin and the other human players only figured out the background story and missions of the Mercury Staff in the second year. You know about this staff? Brando asked. Grandmaster Bosley? Of course. Bosley replied. He suddenly patted the dust off his chest and stood up. Although he was a little unsteady, he still stood up shakily. Not only do I know about the Mercury Staff, I also know where the legendary Staff of Darkness came from. Brando's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had never heard of the origin of the Mercury Staff even in the game. He only knew that the first time this divine weapon appeared was in Loki's hands, and after countless years of silence, it reappeared in Madara's land where darkness grew. But as for its history, and whether it once belonged to the god, he had no idea. What surprised him was that he didn't expect there to be an additional plot. However, he didn't know how much this master craftsman knew. There's more than one Mercury Scepter. Bosley's words caused Brendel to freeze to the spot as if he was petrified. What? Actually, it's a set of divine artifacts, the master craftsman said calmly. I used to think that it was just a legend. But today, my lord, you said that the Mercury Scepter has reappeared in the world. Then, it's very likely that the legend is becoming a reality. So, the next one. He paused for a moment and raised his head to look at the young man. His cloudy eyes seemed to have become unusually bright. The Fire Scepter? Brando was slightly taken aback. What's that? The doubt in his heart grew. He was confident that he was knowledgeable enough in the game, but he had no idea what the master craftsman was talking about. He did not even have the slightest impression of what it was. It was reasonable to say that once a treasure of this level appeared, it would cause an uproar, just like the Mercury Staff. Although Madara kept the news under wraps, it only took a year for it to be confirmed among the players. My lord, have you heard of the legend of the Four Sages? Of course, Brando nodded. The Flame King Gretel, the Wind Empress Saint Tossol, the High Priest Fanzin, and the Saint Eloranta. How could I not know? Bosley's eyes flashed, as if his gaze had traveled back 1,000 years to the era of the War of the Holy Saints. He said in a nostalgic tone, Gretel, Saint Tossol, Fanzin, and Eloranta had obtained the recognition of the ancient kings in order to defeat the Dark Dragon. He turned back. This is an event recorded in the Cruise's epic poem of creation, the Poem of the Heavens. My lord, you should know about it, right? The four hermits defeated the Emperor in the darkness, Brendel muttered subconsciously. However, he was suddenly startled. In the darkness, under the bright full moon, A pitch-black tower extended into the sky appeared before his eyes. He felt as if he was standing on a vast land, looking up at the endless tower that pierced straight into the clouds. It was as if a sense of insignificance arose spontaneously. He could not help but shake his head to shake the illusion out of his mind, and then his whole person returned to reality. "My lord," Scarlet asked softly when she saw the fine beads of sweat on Brando's forehead that glistened under the light of the torch. But Brando shook his head, indicating that there was nothing wrong. He took a deep breath. His heart was vaguely doubtful, but he only asked, "I know, and then?" Bosley glanced at him. The 4 hermits took out 4 divine artifacts from the valleys of the ancient kings. They are the Scepter of Flame, Odorfice. "Wait," Brando shouted. "Odorfice? Isn't that the Flame King Gretel's sword, the full name of the Sword of Flame?" When he saw the master craftsman looking at him without moving, he suddenly reacted. He could not help but subconsciously look at the ring of the Wind Empress on his hand. So, the Hydra ring of the Wind Empress, the divine power of Aramisol, the holy spear of the void, these are? Bosley nodded. The young lord was silent for a moment. "How did you know this, Grandmaster Bosley?" Bosley looked at him and whispered, "My lord, do you think this old man can trust you?" Brando paused for a moment, then sighed and nodded. "I understand. But Grandmaster Bosley, what do you think of my previous proposal?" "Before that, I have a question, my lord," Bosley replied. "Since you know what the Staff of Mercury represents, and that Erwin is walking on the edge of a cliff, why do you have the confidence to revive Erwin?" "I don't have the confidence," Brando replied without hesitation. "But that's not important. After the War of the Black Roses, Erwin's civil war is on the verge of breaking out. But now, I have decided to side with the Corvado royal family. Duke Arek is about to announce his support for the crown prince, and the princess is in a precarious situation. I hope to lend her a helping hand. Even if you call me a member of the royal family, it doesn't matter." Bosley looked at him in confusion. "If that's the case, why don't you join us? Don't you understand the principle of strength in numbers?" "I've said it before," Brando replied. "I have my own position, and I have my own way of doing things. Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't quite understand." Bosley shook his head. "Mortals have their own motives, but what about you, my lord?" "My motive?" The young lord smiled. "My motive is, if I don't do anything, why would I come here?" Bosley was taken aback. He didn't understand Brando's words, or perhaps he would never understand the meaning behind Brando's words. He carefully looked at the young man and slowly said, "Even so, what do you want an old man with one foot in the grave like me to do for you, sir? If it can help the Corvado royal family, this old servant will go through fire and water without hesitation. But then again, if my lord wants to raise a private army, I'm sure you don't lack a blacksmith like me." He paused for a moment. "As far as I know, there are no less than 5 specialized workshops in Abes. As the lord of the kingdom, I'm sure you won't have a headache over such a small matter, right?" Brando looked at the stubborn old man and felt a headache coming on. He couldn't understand how the rotten Corvado royal family could still have such loyal subjects. But he also understood that his foundation was still shallow. He could only say that he was on the princess's side, so he shook his head. "Grandmaster Bosley, normal armors aren't hard to obtain. But Erwin's white lion armor. Only a royal blacksmith like you would know how to make it. Am I right?" "White lion armor." Bosley looked at Brando in disbelief. "Erwin's light swordsman. You want to form a proper army?" Brando nodded, but he suddenly frowned. He felt the philosopher's stone in his pocket vibrate again. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 250. Terst looked up and saw that the forest in front of him was a mottled, dreamy green. 37 knights were lying on the ground around him. Their corpses lay quietly among the piles of dead leaves. They had long lost all signs of life. The young Viscount could feel the pain from the sword wound under his ribs, and every time he breathed in, he felt a prickling sensation that made him dizzy. He saw a green knight behind a chestnut tree looking at him coldly from the darkness like a ghost. Terst's head spun as he realized that he had been tricked. However, the information came from within the unifying guild, and the letter from Medjk, the commander of the silver-winged cavalry, had the Krite seal on it as well. Unless that damned cavalry commander was a traitor, Terst sighed and cursed in his heart. His hand subconsciously reached for his sword that had been knocked away. It was a subconscious action. Even when he was at his peak, he had only exchanged a single blow with a knight covered in emerald armor and was severely injured. That kind of power was unpredictable, and the most unbearable thing for him was that the other party did not even have the power to activate his elemental power. He defeated him with just a simple sword technique. Terst glanced at the white stone altar in the middle of the clearing, where a simple long sword was placed. The hilt of the long sword was engraved with a red and gold pattern, and on it were the images of 3 unknown heroes. It was the Lionheart sword, the legendary sword that contained the benevolence, valor, and justice of kings. However, there was still the motionless Knight of the Lake in between him and the sword. It was as if there was a chasm between them. The Knight of the Lake stood silently in the middle of the forest, obeying the ancient knight's teachings to not attack those who had lost their ability to move. A normal person would have wisely chosen to retreat, but Terst sneered and continued to crawl forward. Even with the sword wounds on his thigh, abdomen, and ribs making it impossible for him to stand, the young Viscount was still able to move forward inch by inch with his 2 hands. Terst knew that he did not have long to live, but even if he was going to die, he wanted to die closer to his target than the others. As the bastard son of the Duke of Grenoires, he had been brought up to understand the fickleness of human nature. If nothing could be relied on, he had to rely on himself. If he was weak, he would lose everything. He had slowly gained his current position because of this kind of ambition. Even if he had to pay the price of his life, he would still fight against his ambition. The young Viscount clenched his teeth and crawled. He did not know when the Knight of the Lake's sword would pierce his heart, or he would die from excessive blood loss. But what he didn't expect was that the knight covered in a layer of emerald armor only glanced at him with his eyes under the metal mask, then put away his sword and left without saying a word. What was going on? Terst was taken aback, but he didn't let go of this opportunity and immediately crawled forward. No matter what, this opportunity would not come again. Even if he had to die, he had to retrieve the sword from the altar. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the white stone altar, and the distance between him and the sword was closing. Finally, he was able to reach for the hilt. But the moment he touched the Lionheart, a warm current flowed through his body. He could feel his body becoming more active, as if every pore on his body had opened up. His wounds started to itch as they healed faster. However, the young Viscount was slightly startled. He lowered his head and discovered that apart from the bloodstain on his chest, the wound under his ribs had already disappeared without a trace. A holy sword. Terst took a deep breath and knelt down with great difficulty. He examined the sword in his hand carefully. But to his surprise, the Lionheart in his hand started to emit a faint light that healed the wounds on his body. But in the next moment, the light on the sword quickly faded. Then it turned into stone. The young Viscount was so shocked that he almost threw the stone sword away. However, when he calmed himself down and carefully stroked the sword with his hand, he could no longer feel the ripples of mana. It was as if he was really holding an ice-cold stone in his hand. Other than its shape, it was no different from any other stone in the forest. What's going on? Terst, who had just survived the ordeal, looked at the sword in bewilderment. From what he saw before, this should be the Lionheart sword, but why did it suddenly turn into stone? He held the sword with both hands and felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Even though it was just a piece of stone, there was a vague feeling that it was resisting him. It was as if the sword was in his hand, but it didn't feel like it was there. Terst gripped the stone sword tightly and looked around. The forest behind the rock wasn't that big, and they had already searched every inch of it. There shouldn't be anything else here. From the looks of it, the sword in his hand shouldn't be a fake. However, why did it become like this? This wasn't something he could figure out in a short period of time. He only muttered to himself for a moment before deciding to take this thing out of here first. But before he left, he couldn't help but look back carefully. The Knight of the Lake was probably hiding in the shadows of the forest, staring at him coldly. Terst sighed in relief when he saw that the knight didn't appear again. What an unlucky trip. Terst couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. Instead, he hugged his sword and walked past the corpses of the knights as he staggered out of the forest. The humming sound of the sage slate finally stopped in Brando's hand. He had never seen the sage slate resonate for such a long time before. Everyone in the dungeon stared at the mysterious rune in Brendel's hand for a while. It was only when it stopped for a long time that they turned their attention back to Brendel. The prison fell silent, with only the sound of dripping water coming from a distance. This must be a bound sage slate, my lord. Even though Bosley was currently a prisoner and Brendel's temporary retainer, he stood in front of the young lord with a neither servile nor overbearing attitude. It was as if he wanted to show that he was only temporarily relying on the royal faction, and that he could return to the royal faction in the future. But what surprised him was that Brando didn't seem to care about this. Bosley was surprised and puzzled. Compared to the uncertainty in his heart, he felt that it would be better if this young man locked him up again. However, freedom was hard to come by. Just the warmth of the torches made him want to breathe in more air, so he wouldn't say such words again. Brando looked at the old man and nodded. "You know him?" he asked. Brando didn't care about Bosley's attitude because he wasn't a noble. He had been a leader of a guild, but he had never been a lord. Even though he was in this position, he didn't have the self-awareness. It was just that he didn't notice it. However, his attitude was unanimously approved by his followers. Even Amandina had to admit that Brando's amiable attitude made the group feel more cohesive. Moreover, the young man always exuded a strong self-confidence that was enough to motivate others to follow him. Even the noble ladies couldn't help but think that perhaps this was the so-called unique charm. Brando's curious gaze landed on Bosley. The philosopher's slate was described in the Cruise's creation myth, Poem of the Blue, and the mountain people's ancient records, Howling Wind. The Myrna people and the witches believed that it was a fragment of a star that fell to the earth because it could connect with the threads of fate in the sky. In fact, the mortals knew a lot about the philosopher's slate for thousands of years. Xingjian also used it for divination. The method was to connect the philosopher's slate with something, then she could accurately predict the direction of the thing related to it. The stone sage also used the same method to foresee the future. As long as the philosopher's slate was placed on the stone sage's body, the player would be able to obtain the answer in their heart. This was the legend of the people, and the players had personally confirmed that there was such a setting in the game. However, the master craftsman was able to see that the philosopher's slate was bound to him. This wasn't simple. Not everyone knew about runes, especially since the philosopher's slate was one of the oldest runes in the game. As a royal craftsman, it was understandable that he had heard about the legends of the divine artifacts, but it was strange that he was proficient in ancient runes. After all, even the craftsmen of Buga were not proficient in runes. Brando stopped and looked at Bosley, but he didn't rule out the possibility that the master craftsman was just guessing. He asked, "Indeed. But can you tell what the philosopher's slate points to?" Brando's question was a little difficult because even he didn't know what the philosopher's slate meant. At most, he guessed that it had something to do with the lion heart. "That is..." Bosley suddenly stopped, and his face turned serious. Brando saw the master craftsman's hands trembling as he stared at the philosopher's slate. The sage, the emblem of a king, valor, justice, and mercy. How? He took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at the philosopher's slate again, but the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and took a step back. He looked up at Brando in disbelief and asked tentatively, "The Lionheart sword?" Brando's expression soon became even more surprised than him. Scarlet exclaimed. Even though she didn't know what the sage slate was or what magical runes were, as a citizen of Erewhon, the most famous story she had heard since she was young was the story of King Eric and his Lionheart sword. She immediately turned her head back as if she wanted to get confirmation from the young man's face, but she heard Brando ask in a hoarse voice, "How did you know?" If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 251. The dungeon was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Falerne looked at the old man suspiciously while the others were speechless. "It really is the lion heart." Bosley muttered to himself and took a step back. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" King Eric once said that if one day his descendants forgot his glory, the lion heart would be lost as well. The royal faction gathered together to reclaim our lost glory. But why is the lion heart linked to your fate, my lord? Grand Master Bosley. Brando put away the philosopher's stone and looked at the confused old man. He found it hard to connect the old man to the royal faction's chief craftsman. However, the information on the forums was never wrong. Even though the old man was a little strange, he had already shown the ability to surprise Brendel. Brando was surprised that the chief craftsman of Erewhon knew runes. You know something about the lion heart, right? Bosley stopped and calmed down after hearing the question. He looked at the young lord and knew that he could not hide anything from him, but he was still in a difficult position. My lord, this is a secret. My family once swore an oath. Brando waved his hand impatiently. I can guess what you mean. I know that the Toots have always served the royal faction. However, King Eric of Erewhon swore an oath on the Lionheart. He said that anyone who betrayed his oath would be abandoned by the Lionheart. However, when the Lionheart returns to Erewhon, it will return with glory, no matter who it is or when it appears. Because of King Eric's oath, the Lionheart has always been closely linked to the fate of this kingdom. However, because the Lionheart has inherited King Eric's will, it can choose the one who brings the glory. He stopped and looked at the old man in front of him with his light brown eyes. The meaning in his gaze was clear. You are a member of the royal faction, but the royal faction's efforts are not only for the sake of the royal faction's power. If you want to reclaim your lost glory, you must walk the path of King Eric. Only when the flames of the past burn this dusty land can this ancient kingdom be reborn. Brando didn't say anything, but he gave Bosley a choice. There was one more thing that Brendel did not say, because from this moment on, he was already standing on the same path as the stubborn and brave princess. Although she did not succeed in the previous history, this time, he wanted to personally clear the thorns on her path, and Erewhon would obtain a true new life from the flames. It was as if history had split into two straight lines in front of him at this moment, one of which led to the burning palaces and cities in the flames. Kingdoms were overturned, the earth bore the burden of suffering, and the living beings suffered in the flames, never to see the light of day again. As for where the other path led to, he did not know. Perhaps there were difficulties lurking on that path, and the thorns were soaked in blood. But no matter what, at least there was a glimmer of hope in the deepest darkness. The old man lowered his head and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to compromise. He sighed and said, "You're right, my lord. No matter who has the sword, at least the ancient legends will not be wrong. I just didn't expect Erewhon's path to glory to return to this ancient kingdom by burning the earth. Perhaps we have fallen too far." He raised his head and looked into Brando's eyes. "My lord, you know that there are some families in Erewhon with a long history, but not all of them can be traced back to the era of King Eric. The Cipher dynasty and the Corvado dynasty both created and destroyed a group of noble lineages." He paused for a moment. "But there are some unknown small families that have been passed down from generation to generation since the ancient times." Master Craftsman's tone became a little proud. "The Tugos family is one of them. Although our family is not well known, our ancestors were the attendants of King Eric and were blacksmiths in the army. Generation after generation, our family served the royal family. The craftsmanship of the white lion armor was indeed invented by us. Later on, our family supported the Corvado royal family until today." Brando nodded. He knew this history, but at least he knew that Bosley was not lying to him. "But in fact, not only was my ancestor an attendant of King Eric, but he was also one of the 5 attendants who brought the Lionheart sword from the Eagle Empire of Cruz." Bosley's voice became deeper. "But many people don't know the true identity of the Lionheart sword. Most legends say that the Lionheart sword is one of the 4 sacred relics of Cruz. But most people in Cruz probably don't know that the 4 sacred relics were originally one." Brando's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. "So?" he asked. "When the 4 sacred relics were combined, they were called Odorfice, or the Scepter of Flames. Most people call it the Flaming Blade, the Sword of King Gretel," Bosley said, emphasizing each word. "A true divine artifact." Brando's body suddenly swayed. He stuttered for the first time. "Master Bosley, the resonance between the Sage Slate and the Lionheart sword, could it be a divine artifact?" "Of course not." Bosley shook his head. "The Lionheart sword may be a divine artifact, but it's only a divine artifact. The difference between a divine artifact and a divine artifact isn't as simple as a few words. Although I've never come into contact with a divine artifact before, from the ancient records, the difference between the two is incalculable. Then is there a possibility that the Lionheart sword was sanctified by King Eric's oath, and after so many years of accumulation, it became a divine artifact? Brando asked again. Bosley shook his head again. My lord, I suggest that you put away your unrealistic imagination. I'll say the same thing again. Once you see the difference between a divine artifact and a divine artifact, you'll understand how naive and laughable your thoughts are. When it came to the knowledge of these treasures, the master craftsman was filled with unquestionable confidence. However, he quickly realized that he had offended Grodin and was sent to prison. He quickly lowered his head in apology, but his heart was filled with regret. Unfortunately, his actions were destined to be in vain. Brando didn't have the time to think about these minor details. He felt his vision turning dark, and he finally understood why he resonated with the Lionheart sword that day. It wasn't just the resonance between him and the Lionheart sword, but also the prophecy that Bosley had told him. He could guess what kind of good deed he had done. The flaming scepter. It was the flaming scepter that resonated with him. It was the flaming blade, Odorfice, that King of Flames Gretel once wielded. Oh my God, Martha! Brando couldn't help but groan in his heart. What kind of joke is this? But I didn't hear anything about Odorfice's reappearance in the Amber Sword. Even the Lionheart sword disappeared without a trace. According to Bosley's prophecy, history must have changed there. But where did it change? Brando couldn't help but rub his temples. All right, he shook his head. Let's end this topic here, Grandmaster Bosley. I don't want these words to spread. He paused for a moment. I'm sure you don't want everyone to know that the Lionheart sword has chosen me. Am I right? Bosley looked at him doubtfully. The Lionheart sword is Erwin's legitimate weapon. Because of Erwin's oath, he can use it to proclaim himself as the king. In fact, when the Corvado dynasty was first established, they used the name of the Lionheart sword. But most of the people didn't know that the Lionheart sword was lost. If this matter was made public, it would shake the royal family's influence. Bosley couldn't figure out why this young man would take the initiative to hide this fact. Could it be that he really supports the princess? When Bosley was imprisoned, the princess was not even 12 years old. Of course, he couldn't figure out Brando's background. But no matter what, he was still skeptical of Brando's words. In the end, Bosley nodded. No matter what, he didn't want the royal family's reputation to be tarnished. He had dedicated half of his life to the Corvado royal family. He spent the most blood-boiling time as a member of the royal faction. Even if he lost in the end, he had no regrets. That was why no matter how correct Brando's words were, he wouldn't side with him. He just hoped that Brando wouldn't go back on his words. Like he said, he would help the princess. If the eldest son of the king had the backing of the All-for-One and the restoration of the Cipher dynasty, then the princess would be the only source of support for the Corvado dynasty. Bosley didn't have a choice. He lowered his head and sighed. My lord, I'm willing to contribute the craftsmanship of the White Lion armor. But if my lord wants to train light swordsmen, I'm afraid that equipment alone is far from enough. Although the White Lion armor is the core of this unit, but... Brando's face was hidden in the shadows of the torches. He smiled faintly. The White Lion swordsman is Erwin's first-rank unit. It became famous in the battle against the Cruz Empire in Valnoja. It's known for its outstanding speed and defensive capabilities. Its core is the White Lion armor's outstanding ability. But this armor is based on the design of the half-plate of the Wind Empress. On the other hand, although the White Lion armor is complicated, it's not irreplaceable. Bosley looked at him, his mouth wide open. You know about the White Lion armor? Brando glanced at him. What's there to know about an inferior battle technique? When the late King Eric broke away from the Cruz Empire, there was the shadow of the Saint-Tassol Empire behind him. Otherwise, do you think that Erwin alone could fight Cruz to a draw? If it wasn't for Eric's vow not to break away from the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it might have turned into a war between the two holy cathedrals. The first holy war recorded in history would have happened hundreds of years earlier. He smiled. It's just that the Holy Cathedral of Wind didn't do it right. Whether it's the White Lion armor or the White Lion armor, it's too different from its original. It turned a third-rank unit into a first-rank unit. Bosley's expression changed. He had heard of these secrets before, but it sounded different when it came from this unfamiliar young man. My lord. You mean? The original version of the White Lion swordsman was originally the White-Winged Knight of the Wind Elves, one of the Wind Elves' Imperial Guards. It's just that it's too small. He smiled again. But although the White Lion armor is one of the biggest secrets of the Erewhon Empire, it's not worth mentioning to me. If you can forge a batch of White Lion armor in the shortest time possible, I'll give you a surprise. Brando laughed inwardly as he said this. Although the White Lion armor was of a lower level, it was impossible for him to find someone within 100 miles who could teach him this technique. Not to mention the whole of Tonajul, even in the whole of the Southern Kingdom, there was probably no one who could learn this technique. After all, it was a secret of the Erewhon Empire, so it was impossible for it to be sold everywhere like cabbages. Just like Bosley, if it weren't for a coincidence, he wouldn't have appeared here. Surprise! The old man naturally couldn't tell that Brando was deliberately mystifying things, so he only asked in confusion. Of course. Bosley frowned. Very well, he replied. But my lord, the White Lion armor is actually a type of enchanted armor. You mean special materials? The old man nodded. So what's missing? Brando asked. As far as I know, Bosley replied, Tonajul doesn't have any high-purity crystal mines, right? If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 252. Indeed, Bosley was right. Tonajul was not rich in crystal ores. In order to create the White Lion armor, the sacred wind runes had to be branded onto the main joints and breastplate of the armor to reduce the weight of the armor and increase its agility. Erewhon's blacksmiths would use amethyst or topaz instead. These two types of crystals were extremely pure magic crystals and were one of the main materials used by witches and astrologers to make crystal balls. In Wonde, amethyst was also known as moon quartz, a type of calcite. Grimoires, Arek, Vero, and the east of Tonajul were rich in these crystals. They grew densely in the caves formed by the erosion of the mountains and hills, but Tonajul did not have such natural conditions. Trentheim was an unfamiliar territory to him, and it was an unfamiliar territory to him. The drawbridge creaked as it was lowered, and the chains connecting the drawbridge to the city gate made an ear-piercing sound as they rubbed against the bricks. A ray of light shone in from behind the drawbridge, imprinting itself on the brick wall on one side of the pitch-black gate. Brando sat motionlessly on his horse. His light brown eyes reflected the light that was gradually becoming more and more dazzling. He pursed his lips and looked at the drawbridge that was slowly lowering. The gap between the drawbridge and the gate was getting wider and wider. More and more light was pouring in from behind the gap, illuminating his eyes brightly. Behind him was the main street of Abes. Other than the short speech he gave to the surviving mercenaries and citizens in the morning after the bitter battle that night, this was the first time he observed the city from the perspective of a lord. At least for the time being, this was his own city. Baron Abes' territory was located in the south of Tonajul. It was directly under Grodin's jurisdiction. There were only 4 major populated areas: Abes, the mining town of Shaflund, Gree Ferry, and Port Gree to the east. The population was estimated to be around 80,000. 30,000 of them lived in Castle Abes and the surrounding areas. Of course, there were many settlements like the Green Village that were not included in the statistics, but Brando guessed that the total population was less than 100,000. However, this was the most densely populated area in Tonajul. There were about 300,000 people living in Tonajul. Tonajul had a total of 170 knights' territories. Grodin's territory was not the only one. Most of the territories were occupied by his retainers. Brando knew that Saluf was nicknamed the Benevolent Knight. Saluf was a strict and inflexible knight compared to the tyrannical nobles here. Brando knew that the only reason Saluf was able to get along well with Grodin and was entrusted with such an important task was because Saluf had always been loyal to Grodin. Therefore, he would have to face the armies of these two lords first. These people were Count Ranner's pathfinders, and only by teaching them a lesson would the Count, who was hiding behind the scenes, become more cautious. Therefore, their first goal was to make Grodin's retainers fear them in the upcoming battle. The door of the drawbridge creaked as it was lowered. After a flash of white light, Brando saw the blue sky. He raised his head and looked at the sky. From Abe's castle to the Parton wilderness in the north, the Tonajal plains between the Horn Gorge and Mount Greyhar shared the same beautiful weather. This was the best period of time for Randner before winter. The plains shone with a golden luster, but after the autumn harvest, the temperature would quickly drop. Thus, the nobles in the north were preparing for war. They wanted to attack before winter. If they delayed, the war would drag on until the next spring. Both Queen Anna and Gluck did not want to see such an outcome. Especially in the Yanalasa region, the Erewhon royal family's lion-dragon fleet was a huge threat behind Corvado. It could change the situation at any time. Cypher's Black Edge had already entered the Lodel River, and the only thing left was for both sides to persuade the merchants in Ampere Seal. If the Queen's top lobbyists succeeded in persuading the merchants, then thousands of Cypher's heavy infantry would cross the Lodel River and reach the border of Frada, just like what happened in history. Similarly, the situation in Tonajal in the south had also become tense because of his appearance. The smell of war was like the sweetness of a harvest that floated in the wind, but there was also a faint smell of blood. Time moved methodically against a leaden-gray background. The 17th, the second day after the war. According to the communication standards of this era, the letter containing the news of the mercenaries' rebellion should have reached Lord Maxon in the north of Mintz Castle. The first batch of knights should be leaving the limestone castle to gather their forces, Brando thought silently. He could only control the area around Abe's castle, and the knight in the manor had already left with the news. After the initial preparations, Lord Maxon should be able to gather 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers. Although the iron ratio is less than 20%, it will still be a tough battle for the less than 1,000 mercenaries. Lord Maxon probably expects the mercenaries to defend Abe's castle to the death or escape into the forest. However, Brando's ideal location for the battle was the hills north of Gree Ferry. As for when the army would depart, it would depend on the news from the scouts. Before this, he had already sent a small group of mercenaries of Lopez to the latter's territory. At this moment, in Ferber Barony, there was no one more suitable than the Druids to act as spies. Brando thought about all of this in silence. This battle was extremely important in everyone's mind. This was not only because Lord Maxon was about to send out his troops, but also because it was only a small test. Brando's real headache was the possibility of Count Randner closing in on him from behind the scenes. He estimated that he had about a month's time to arrange everything, repair the defenses, and tidy up the territory. Before that, it was more important to build up the mercenaries' confidence in him. Even though the mercenaries in the city were on the same boat as him for the time being, it was impossible for them to be so close to him in the long run. Unless they were confident that he could provide them with the necessary protection. Jutta, Cornelius, and Rabin were not to be trifled with. Brando knew that he would not be able to hold them back with just a beautiful hope. This battle would build up their confidence. In fact, Amandina also believed that this battle was not only for the sake of stabilizing this initial group. At the same time, it was also to announce Brando's legitimacy to the citizens of Abe's castle. If this battle achieved its goal, Count Randner would slow down his pace. This way, the citizens would naturally lean towards them. What the citizens needed was not only a benevolent lord, but also a lord who could protect them. The drawbridge was already halfway down, and Brando could see the red tiles on the roofs of Abe's castle in the distance. Tonajal was close to the western coast of the Dead Moon Inland Sea. The wind from the sea brought with it plenty of rain, so most of the houses had extremely sloped roofs. Other than the pointed arched windows in the attics, there was a channel to draw water from the eaves. Green vines hung down from the windows of the attics, contrasting with the red tiles on the roof. Light also poured into the tunnel, brightening it up. Other than his face, the light outlined half of Brendel's body from the darkness, and then drew out the graceful curves of the two beautiful girls behind him. Scarlet carried her long spear on her back and stood upright on her horse. Although her amber eyes deliberately maintained a sense of calmness like a guard, there was a trace of a young girl's anticipation and excitement hidden deep in her heart. After all, she was an independent girl who grew up with the Grey Wolves mercenaries in the mountains of the Southern Territory. Of course, she was not used to the dull atmosphere in the castle. As for Scarlet, most of her emotions were still indifferent. Brando paid attention to his two followers for a moment, then looked forward and calmed his mind. The drawbridge was slowly lowered in front of him, and the scenery on the other side became more and more visible. The streets were still being cleaned, but there were already people on the other side. Most of the shops and workshops were not open for business, but Brendel's sharp senses had already noticed the suspicious and vigilant gazes from the windows on him. The citizens of the castle had already noticed the commotion in Abi's castle, and they were sizing up this new lord who was not so legitimate. Brando had already ordered Amandina to rewrite the tax policy, and not only did he exempt most of the taxes, but he also cut off the old accounts. Unfortunately, even though this method was tempting, most people were doubtful of how effective it was. Moreover, it was still a question whether he could stand up again. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere, and the drawbridge was finally lowered. Brando smiled in his heart, but he did not care too much about the attitude of these people. Next, he saw Rabin, Yuta, and Cornelius waiting for him outside the castle, and Amandina was standing beside them. "My lord." The silver-haired middle-aged man, Cornelius, was the first to bow deeply when he saw Brendel. As someone who had fought side by side with Brendel before, he knew better than anyone what kind of capabilities this young lord had. Even though he was worried that Brando would not be able to face the Ranner family head-on, or if he would use them as scapegoats, the more worried he was, the more respectful he was. Yuta pursed her lips slightly, but Brando's actions today made her eyes light up. She was surprised that this murderous young man had such an amiable side to him. Rabin was the only one who held his head high with an expressionless face. "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" Brando asked. The three of them shook their heads. "My lord," Cornelius replied respectfully, "just give us your orders, and we will not hesitate to go through fire and water to carry it out." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 253. When Cornelius lowered his head, the female mercenary commander flicked her fiery red hair and looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't drag us down with you." She wanted to say something, but she could not find the right words to criticize him. Even though she did not like what the silver-haired middle-aged man said, she had to admit that what he said was true. In fact, when they took that step that night, they already knew the outcome of today's battle. But Brendel was right. After offending one lord, how would they dare to offend another lord? They could only blame themselves for being too impulsive when they were suppressed by Grodin that afternoon, which gave Grodin an excuse to attack them. She could not help but snort softly, but she could not help but look at Cornelius. When they heard about the young lord's new tax policy earlier, these few people looked at each other a little. In Vaunt, the nobles didn't need to buy people's hearts at all. Besides, they also understood that it didn't make much sense to do so. If Brando could fight against Count Ranner, then the people would not dare to rebel against him even if he did not do anything. If he did not do anything, then everything would be in vain. However, if they were to collect more taxes, they would at least be able to gain more income in a short period of time. With money, the Lord would be able to raise more private soldiers. Does he not understand this? She could not help but think. But of course Brando understood. In fact, the young man was quite familiar with how the territories operated in the Amber Sword. Capital, resources, and construction formed a triangle. The capital came from trade, taxes, and the income from the mines, while resources and population were the core of development. Tonajil was rich in wood and silver. Baron Abes alone had 9 lumber mills and a silver mine. There were also 2 quarries, manors, and workshops. But in reality, other than silver, most of the people in Erewhon were poor. If not for Schaflun's silver mine, Baron Abes would be no different from a beggar in the eyes of the nobles. But this was what Brando despised about Grodin. Even so, he was unwilling to change. Under his management, Tonajil's production was still stuck at Erewhon's level half a century ago. The large city of Abes did not have more than 20 blacksmiths, and this was taking into account the number of apprentices. Not to mention, according to the documents left behind by the previous lord, Abes Castle could not produce more than 10 sets of chainmail or leather armor in a month. One had to know that Aween's magic and technology were not even worth mentioning when compared to those empires that stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Even Trentheim was considered to be inferior in this kingdom, so one could imagine how barren this territory was located at the southern border of the Ranner region. Just like what Sir Samper of the Lantan Island Geographical Society mentioned, the only thing worth mentioning in the south of the kingdom was silver. But it was impossible for all of it to fall into Grodin's hands. Apart from Count Ranner, the royal family and the Holy Cathedral also had to divide a portion equally. In the end, only a small portion would fall into the hands of the poor Baron Abes. But Brando knew that if he acted fast enough, he would be able to fully control Schaflund's silver mine in 2 to 3 months. He could not imagine how much money that was. Even in the game, he had never been a lord, let alone manage a mine. Those were already monopolized by the large guilds. In front of the real professional behemoths, even RMB warriors and face fighters would tremble in fear. Brando guessed that 10 to 20 million Tor coins would not be a problem. With this amount of money, Baron Abes' territory, which did not exceed 270,000 Tor coins a year, would not be a problem for him at all. He asked Amandina to reformulate the tax policy. In principle, it was to buy the people's support by exempting them from taxes, but the real consideration was far more than that. Even though he was already opposing the nobles, he had more reasons to win the support of the common people. But compared to that, he was more concerned about the long-term benefits. What he needed was not only the support of the people, but also the population. Lighter taxes were beneficial to the rapid growth of the population, and he needed more people to open up the barren lands. This was a long-term benefit. Not to mention Yuta and the others, even Grodin might not have the patience to achieve all of this. In any case, silver was enough for him. Brando lowered his head and looked at Cornelius, who was bowing respectfully in front of him. "We're going to patrol the territory. Bring your men with you." Falerne blinked in confusion when she heard this. She knew that Brando was about to face a battle that he had to win. But even at this time, Brendel seemed to want to bring his mercenaries to take back the lumber mills. There was an entire tribe of subterranean dwellers there, and as residents of the lowest level of the Georgian underworld, the average strength of the subterranean dwellers was at least iron-ranked. Even if Brando was confident in winning, how could he avoid casualties? Were the lumber mills that important? Patrol the territory? Both Falerne and Cornelius were surprised. "Baron Abes has 4 lumber mills and 2 quarries," Brando replied. "Today, our mission is to make them our assets." Yuta was surprised. "My lord," she immediately raised her head. "We know about the lumber mills, but they are already occupied by the subterranean dwellers. You're not asking us to take them back, are you?" Brando did not reply and only looked at the few of them. On the other hand, Jana and Cornelius had ugly expressions. They had stayed in the forest for quite some time, and they were familiar with the subterranean dwellers. They liked to fight at night, and they were strong. If they really fought, who knew how many of their brothers would die? They had already paid a heavy price in the battle that just ended, and there was a possibility that there would be another difficult battle soon. But at this critical moment, Brando wanted them to participate in a battle that did not seem to be necessary, and they could not accept it. "My lord!" Cornelius raised his head with difficulty. "The subterranean dwellers. They come from the underworld, and their individual strength is comparable to our elites. If we really fight, I'm afraid that we will be at a disadvantage." He licked his lips. "Of course, this is not a problem, but I heard that Lord Maxon's army is also gathering." He lowered his voice and thought that Brando would understand his words. Amandina shook her head. "Lord Maxon is Grodin's retainer. Why would he attack us?" The 3 of them stared blankly, wondering if this noble lady had gone crazy or was in a daze. "Isn't it obvious, Miss Amandina?" Yuta replied, "That person is Grodin's retainer, and we killed Grodin," she thought for a moment and added. "Furthermore, he has Count Ranner behind him. Even if he doesn't want to move, that old man will definitely pressure him." Amandina nodded. "Well said. That's why our real enemy is Count Ranner, and Lord Maxon is nothing more than a pawn to test the waters. But do you think that with our current strength, we are a match for the Count?" Amandina said expressionlessly. The 3 of them looked at each other. In fact, this was what they were most worried about. Amandina purposely ignored the news about the druid and the princess, which made them even more confused. The 3 mercenary leaders could not help but look at Brando. It was not impossible for Brando to hand them over as scapegoats. Brando looked at Amandina. "She's finally catching up with my thoughts. Her growth has been astonishing ever since the battle at Chablis." He raised his head. Amandina's thoughts were the same as his.
If he had to expand his territory to the point where even Count Ranner would not dare to fight him to the death, he would have to rely on this barren land of Tonajul.
It might seem like an impossible task, but that was not the case. He knew that he had Valha, the Druid, and many other variables behind him, not to mention that Amandina had the power of magicite. But the prerequisite for this was not only time, but also resources. No matter what, he had to restore the operations of his territory, especially the 4 sawmills and 2 quarries around Castle Abes. He had to get them back into production as soon as possible. The reconstruction of the city walls, the training of the militia, the magicite workshop, and the various workshops all required resources. Once the Roman plan was implemented, Brando had to get these things up and running before he could establish his own merchant guild. That was why he had to end the war with Lord Maxon before the autumn harvest. Once this territory was on the right track, there were too many things he could do. Time was of the essence. Miss Amandina is my aide. Her words represent my words. Brando replied. Amandina's expression softened. My family can guarantee my safety in this war, but it's different for you. I'm not someone who gives up on my subordinates, but everything has its limits. If I lose in this war, then I can imagine what will happen to you. He lowered his voice. That's why we're on the same boat. But this boat isn't just filled with storms, there are also opportunities and treasures. At least compared to Groton, I consider myself a generous lord. As long as you don't disappoint me, I won't disappoint you.
Seeing that Cornelius was still in a daze, he added another sentence.
As for the subterranean dwellers, Brando paused for a moment. You should know that the Black Tower of Karsuk fought with the subterranean dwellers for resources in the underworld for 10 years.
Rabban raised his head in surprise. My lord, you have a plan?
I've always had a plan.
Brando replied casually, then added another sentence in his mind. But it has nothing to do with the Black Tower's wizards.
To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 254. While the 3 commanders were gathering their men, Brando sent someone to find a guide from the slums. When the ragged man was found from the shack in the south of Ferber, he was worried that working for this unfamiliar lord would bring him trouble. Before he came, he had already inquired about what happened in the inner city. The commotion that night was huge, and even if Amandina wanted to hide it, it would be impossible. But he could not resist the temptation of money and his woman's persuasion, and after some hesitation, he agreed to join the group. Because the generous young noble had promised to give him a gold coin as a reward, which he could not earn even if he worked for a year. With this money, he could send his child to the workshop in the inner city to be an apprentice. Perhaps the fate of his family would change because of this. When Brando asked, he carefully told him that the forest south of Abes was known as the Forest of the Bear Men. It was not that there were level 65 monsters in the forest that made Brando's scalp tingle, but there were many wild bears in the forest. There were 4 sawmills in the forest, and 3 of them were occupied by the subterranean dwellers. The last sawmill was destroyed and abandoned by the workers. Groton had sent his private army into the forest to clear out the subterranean dwellers, but after suffering 2 losses, he did not mention it again. Brando nodded after listening to the story. It was as he expected. It had been more than an hour since they left Abes. The further south they went, the more trees they saw in the wilderness. The forest stretched from east to west like a huge shadow in front of the mercenaries. The young man sat on the horse's back and held the reins tightly with one hand. He watched the mercenaries in front of him draw a loose line and enter the forest with black pine trees and red pine trees. Their figures flickered and soon disappeared in the shadows between the trees. A girl's voice interrupted Brando from behind and sighed. Are the subterranean dwellers that powerful? Brando raised his eyebrows subconsciously. He did not know how the Roman appeared, but the merchant girl had appeared uninvited not long after they left the city. Speaking of which, wasn't she counting the resources and checking the accounts left behind by the previous lords? The corner of his mouth twitched. So, who told her that she was going to find the subterranean dwellers? It's true, my lady, the man hurriedly said. I heard from the guards in the city that they look like rats. Even though they don't have eyes, they can distinguish directions by smell and sound. They are also very strong and fast. Normal people are not their opponents. Even the baron's subordinates need 2 or 3 people to deal with one subterranean dweller. The Roman tapped her chin with her white finger and raised her head to imagine the subterranean dwellers in her mind. Then, don't they have an advantage at night? She muttered to herself. That's right.
Amandina looked at Romaine with a troubled expression. She was a little embarrassed to tell Brendel that she was actually tricked by the merchant girl into telling her what they were doing with just a few words. She still did not know if the fiancé of the Lord was lucky or if she had been plotting against her from the beginning. But no matter which it was, she could not accept it. Not only at night, but even in the forest where visibility is not high, they have a far greater advantage than us humans.
Unless we have an iron-ranked soldier, it is difficult to detect them in advance.
She turned to Brando and said, My lord, we have already entered the forest.
Should we send out scouts? Brando shook his head.
He knew very well that the subterranean dwellers had 15 points of strength and 10 points of dexterity. Their strength and dexterity were above average iron-ranked, and normal iron-ranked mercenaries were no match for them. In order to maintain the defense of ABs, I only brought about 4 groups of mercenaries with me this time. I do not intend to divide them further. The young man stared at the forest and replied, Besides, who do you think is more familiar with this forest than the subterranean dwellers?
When Brando spoke, he unconsciously used the habit of the amber sword.
In the game, there were 80 players in a group, so he actually wanted to say 300 people. Amandina did not notice his slip of the tongue.
Instead, she was shocked.
Of course it's the subterranean dwellers, Amandina was stunned. My lord, you mean?
We don't need scouts? But she had never heard of a battle where one side completely gave up on scouting the battlefield.
Amandina's dark eyes flashed. Magic?
She asked tentatively. Something like that.
Brando looked around, and with a slight movement of his mind, the wind spirit spiders crawled out from the ground one by one. The mercenaries were shocked when they saw the green spiders surrounded by whirlwinds suddenly appearing around them. But they had already seen these little creatures when they fought against Madara's undead army, and knew that they were under the command of the young lord in the middle of them.
Thus, they could be considered as allies. After a short commotion, the crowd quickly calmed down, but they still looked at the center of the group with reverence. In this era of Erewhon, having a gold-ranked wizard under a noble was definitely a symbol of status. Even Duke Arek and Duke Karsuk, who ruled over a region, only had 2 or 3 gold-ranked wizards as their aides. But Brando was the descendant of a noble family, and not only did he have a gold-ranked wizard accompanying him, the Shire had become the natural leader of the spellcasters under Brando's command in ABs. Naturally, he was known by all the young followers. Not only that, he was also a gold-ranked swordsman, and he had Metisha and Scarlet, who were both gold-ranked rank 1, as his subordinates. Even Count Ranner's elite forces were only at this level. One must know that the girl called Medisa was a legendary silver elf. The silver elves had not appeared in this land for centuries. Their sudden appearance in the eyes of the people could only imagine the shock it caused. Not to mention the rumors of Brando's close relationship with the silver elves. Even Yuta, Rabin, and Cornelius felt that they could not see through this young man. It was also because of this that they decided to stay and fight against the Ranner family together with Brando. Otherwise, with just Brando's status as a viscount, they would rather fall into the dark forest. At the very least, there was still a chance of survival if they chose the latter path. Brando naturally heard of these rumors, and he also knew that these rumors were spread by the Roman and Amandina. The meticulousness of a noble's daughter and the novelty of a young Roman's mind combined together resulted in all sorts of strange ideas. He would not clarify this matter since this was the effect he wanted to achieve. This was what he had done in the past, but now his 2 subordinates had learned from him. Brando did not say a word as he took out the holy sword cards from his chest. In the next moment, the dragon knights that displayed their might against Madara's undead army appeared in front of the mercenaries once again. This was the second time Brando used this set of cards in front of others. Yuta, Cornelius, and Rabin's expressions changed when they saw this. They originally thought that the wind spirit spiders were Brando's magical pets, but they did not expect it to be a spell. As for the strength of this spell, it was not easy to measure it. If it was used properly, it would not be impossible for it to defeat a gold-ranked being. According to the common classification of spells, this spell was at least gold-ranked. However, they all knew that Brando was a swordsman. A gold-ranked swordsman. It seemed like he was also a gold-ranked summoner. This was a little inconceivable.
Brando waved his hand and gave an order in his mind. Surround the forest as far as possible and kill all non-human creatures. The subterranean dwellers must have sentries around the forest, and he had to remove them. Although he did not expect the subterranean dwellers to not realize that the human army had entered the forest, he had to at least buy some time. Then, he raised his head and silently watched the wind spirit spiders spread out their whirlwinds and flew into the sky one by one, leaving streaks of green light behind them as they flew towards the forest. He then turned around and saw the night song tiger looking away from the forest. My lord, how do you plan to fight this battle? The night song tiger turned around and asked, if the information is correct, there are thousands of subterranean dwellers in the forest. Their numbers are several times that of ours, and their individual strength is much higher than ours. To be honest, I don't know how to fight this battle. Don't be afraid before the battle, Scarlet replied from behind. Captain Nightsong.
Captain. The Night Song tiger was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He chuckled and looked at Brando. Miss Scarlet, are you sure you want to join us? The red-haired girl nodded nonchalantly and looked at Brando. I've thought about it, but I don't have anywhere else to go. I'm sorry. It's fine.
Scarlet smiled nonchalantly. Let's listen to what my lord has in mind.
I'm also curious about how we should fight this battle.
Back when Captain Makarov was leading the Grey Wolves mercenaries, we were only able to defeat an enemy twice our size, but that was just a bunch of bandits.
It's a completely different situation now.
That's right, the Roman said as she rocked back and forth on her horse, making the others worry that she would fall off at any moment. Brando, you said that the subterranean dwellers have a keen sense of smell and hearing.
If we fight at night, it will be disadvantageous for us. If that's the case, we'll have to end this quickly.
When she said that, the other 3 mercenary captains raised their attention and moved closer to the circle.
Brando smiled when he noticed this.
Even though he had never rejected an outsider from joining his circle, the 3 captains were still wary of this young noble. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Brando had never thought of reorganizing his mercenaries. Even though it was imperative, if he acted too rashly, the other party might misunderstand and rebel. That was why he chose not to mention it and waited for the other party to come to him on their own accord. This battle with the subterranean dwellers was one of the opportunities.
End this quickly?
It's not that simple, Cornelius shook his head and looked at Brando's expression. Even though I've never fought with the subterranean dwellers before, I can tell that they aren't just a bunch of bandits if they can defeat Grodin. Although our mercenaries are better than Grodin's private soldiers, there's a limit to their strength. Moreover, the scale of our troops this time is far smaller than the one Lord Grodin used to deal with the subterranean dwellers.
Then what should we do?
The Roman blinked his large eyes and asked curiously. My lord wants to eliminate the subterranean dwellers' sentries, right? Amandina watched the last wind spirit spider disappear into the forest before looking at Brando.
Is it to buy time before they react?
Amandina thought for a moment. My lord, are you planning to attack one of the sawmills with lightning speed and lure the subterranean dwellers to attack? Brando turned his head, a hint of admiration flashing in his brown eyes. It was indeed his idea to switch from offense to defense.
Good idea.
Rabin's eyes flashed with the same admiration.
But will it work?
The Fire Lord Corps commander asked. The subterranean dwellers know that they have an advantage over us. If they lose during the day, they will definitely think of a way to take it back at night. Brando replied, we will be on the defensive during the night. They have the advantage of time, and we have the advantage of location. The rest will depend on the morale, fighting strength, and the ability of the commanders. He was full of confidence when he said this, but he knew that he did not have any talent in tactics. In fact, this method was used by Cruz's players in the Amber Sword during the battle between Cruz and Jorgendy Ridge. Even though he did not have any experience with the subterranean dwellers, he knew this trick.
But what if they don't attack?
Scarlet asked with a puzzled expression.
Isn't that perfect?
The Night Song Tiger smiled. Then we will attack during the day. But he turned his head. But there's still a problem with the number of troops and fighting strength, my lord. Brando nodded and ordered the guide to lead the mercenaries to bypass the abandoned sawmill and directly set off for the nearest sawmill occupied by the subterranean dwellers. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the sun that was slowly sliding to the west. He replied, this is indeed a problem, but I already have a plan.
P.S. Something has happened recently. which has greatly affected my mood. I'm sorry that I haven't updated well these few days. Chapter 255.
It had been almost an hour since they entered the forest. The sound of arrows being fired could be heard from the forest. The mercenaries cheered and swarmed forward to drag the bodies out of the bushes. They were large, pale yellow creatures with tumors all over their bodies. Their heads were like giant tumors, and their eyes and nostrils could not be seen from their smooth surface. It was as if they lacked facial features. But hidden under their skin were thousands of sense of smell and hearing, which allowed them to be 100 times more sensitive than humans in the dark. But the mercenaries soon found that these creatures were already dead. The arrows only caused superficial wounds, but each of the subterranean dwellers had a fatal wound on their chest. Some of the wounds were from the back to the front, while others were from the front to the back. The wounds were all scorched black, and they were all penetrating wounds. It was as if someone had pierced a hole in their chest with a thunderbolt. A few mercenaries recognized the special wound made by the dragoons. They flipped the disgusting creatures over, and looked back at the young man who was slowly approaching them on his horse in awe.
Brando looked down at the subterranean dwellers. They opened their mouths like sharks, and the blood that flowed out from the corners of their mouths was pale green. They were different from the warm-blooded creatures on the surface. These creatures were actually a type of lizard. If possible, Brando would have preferred to encircle these subterranean dwellers during the winter. According to convention, they would shrink their range of activity during the cold season. But unfortunately, time did not allow him to do so. Besides, the weather was getting colder. It was not the best, but at least it was not the worst situation.
Under his signal, the mercenaries poked at the dead subterranean dwellers, allowing him to see the monster's stiff claws that were gripping their spears.
They are the lower class of the subterranean dwellers, the Night Song Tiger said as he looked at the corpses. It seems that they left their elites in the inner circle.
The further we go in, the greater the resistance we will encounter.
Brando nodded, but he did not say that it was actually good news. The monster's level would gradually increase from the outside to the inside. In the past, this was a relatively natural distribution of monsters in the Amber Sword, just like most traditional games. This meant that the subterranean dwellers had yet to form a complete military organization. To put it simply, they were not an army, but a tribe or some other form of subterranean dweller settlement.
Before the attack, he was most worried that the subterranean dwellers in the Bearman Forest were a military organization of subterranean dwellers who came to the surface from the underground world.
They might be part of a large tribe or even an underground city's plan to invade the surface. This was not uncommon in Wonde.
Sometimes, the residents of the underground world would also spy on the resources of the surface world. Although the resources underground were much more abundant, the survival of the fittest was even more cruel.
The other possibility was that the subterranean dweller army suffered defeat in the underworld and fled to the surface world to survive. But either way, it was much easier to deal with them than a loose tribe. It was a normal monster area. Brando made up his mind about the subterranean dwellers in the forest. The corpses they found so far were the low-level subterranean dwellers who acted as scouts in the outermost periphery. There might also be subterranean dwellers and Kamuru, which meant warrior in the underground language. The players called them elite subterranean dwellers, which were NCOs and had the strength of a peak iron rank. It could be said that other than the priests, they were the strongest fighting force of the subterranean dwellers.
But for him, they were nothing to be afraid of.
The mercenaries quickly sifted through the area like a net and found a total of more than 20 corpses, which was consistent with Brando's experience. These corpses showed that most of the subterranean dwellers did not have time to react when they were attacked. Under the attack of a silver rank, their lives were burned out in a very short time. The wind spirit spiders came from the wind elemental plane, Storm's End. Although their strength was not as strong as iron, their ability to control the flow of air was unparalleled. For the subterranean dwellers who relied on their sense of smell and hearing to distinguish danger, they were no doubt natural opponents. As the eyes were removed one by one, Brando and his 3 commanders, Yuta, Rabin and Cornelius, led hundreds of mercenaries into the forest. Hundreds of warriors carefully moved through the forest in the silent afternoon.
They stepped on the bright green ferns and made a rustling sound.
Some of them even accidentally stepped on dead branches and broke them. But fortunately, when the soldiers raised their heads nervously, they only saw some unknown birds flapping their wings and flying up from the forest. But compared to the warriors and swordsmen,
The magicians who were protected by the crowd were even more unbelievable. According to the usual practice, they would be the first target of the sneak attacks. Everyone knew the importance of a magician on the battlefield. However, for these spellcasters who were at most official adepts, and most of them were still apprentices, their ability to defend themselves was completely out of proportion to their value on the battlefield. It was as if they themselves understood that they were one of the favorite targets of scouts. Another target was the commanders in the army, but it was not as easy to kill them as low-grade magicians. Therefore, these mercenaries and magicians were used to being ambushed. Ambushes, sneak attacks, and arrows were a common occurrence in the forest. Almost every one of them had been injured at least once. They had also seen many of their companions die in front of them because of such ambushes. Some of them even had a personal experience of walking on the edge of life and death. However, all of this was nothing compared to the bizarre encounter today. The rumored subterranean dweller scouts seemed to have disappeared. Looking at the afternoon sun shining through the gaps between the leaves in the silent forest, the mages even wondered if this was a public holiday or some other kind of activity. But of course this was not the case. They had seen the bodies of the subterranean dwellers before. All of this could only be attributed to the magic of the young lord. There were even rumors that he was a high-grade summoner who might have even surpassed the boundary between the gold and silver. However, for the wizards, since this mysterious skill was taught to the mortals by the silver folk, respect for the strong had become a deep-rooted habit. Not to mention that he had the Shire under his command. The two gold wizards were privately called the Council of Two by the magicians among the mercenaries. Because in the custom of the Bugas, the Council of Wizards symbolized the power of authority and leadership. Therefore, Brando's prestige was unknowingly established among these magicians. But when Brando saw the mercenaries carrying long swords, halberds, longbows, shields and staffs, he felt no sense of accomplishment in his heart. Although the battle results of the wind spirit spiders were amazing, all of this was not without a price. He silently calculated the consumption of his spells. It had been almost an hour since he entered the forest. Just maintaining the Holy Sword card and charging an attack had consumed 13 points of Earth EP. He checked his elemental reserves. At this moment, the 32 slots of the Earth EP pool had already been emptied. There were only 7 slots left. Brendel frowned and immediately sent someone to call the guide over. The ragged man came in front of him and raised his head to see that the young man's expression was not very good. He thought that he had done something wrong to make the other party unhappy, so he asked anxiously, "Sir, what's the matter?" "How much longer do we have?" Brando asked a little anxiously. 5 more minutes, and he would have to give up on paying the next maintenance fee to let the Holy Sword card return to his deck because he had to reserve the cost of displaying the card again. The real battle would start at night or even at dawn. When the guide heard this, he sighed in relief. "We'll be there soon, my lord. You'll see it after going around the forest. The sawmill is built in the valley." Before he could finish, there was a cooing sound in front of him. It was a predetermined signal. Brando looked up and saw the mercenaries in front of him had stopped and crouched down. He also saw the warriors at the edge of the forest turn around and look in this direction. They then made a gesture to him. Brando recognized the gesture. Enemy spotted. However, the wind spirit spiders did not react, nor did they produce any experience points. This meant that the number of enemies might be quite large. The system could not kill the dragon knights in one shot. So, they followed his second-order order and went into hibernation. Brando paused for a moment and immediately dismounted from his horse and walked towards the direction of the forest. Yuta, Rabin, and Cornelius glanced at each other before climbing down from their mounts. Then, the Night Song Tiger, Scarlet, and Roman followed suit. Finally, the merchant lady's eyes were filled with curiosity. The forest became sparse, and Brando quickly arrived at the edge of the forest. "My lord!" He turned around and saw his former leader, Cornelius, nodding at him. Cornelius nodded at him, but he didn't expect that Cornelius would be able to do so. Brando did not say a word. The forest formed a slope in front of him, and at the bottom of the slope was the valley mentioned by the guide. The sawmill in Abes was built beside the river. Originally, there was only an empty space with a few wooden houses and a relatively large sawmill. Now, however, the place had changed. The subterranean dwellers had transformed it into a fortress. They used stones and wood to build a wall along the riverbank, and they even built watchtowers. Behind the wall, There were caves made out of earth and rocks. Brendel counted the numbers and estimated that there were at least 200 subterranean dwellers living here. So many of them, this is troublesome. Amandina frowned as she looked at the situation from behind. She looked at Brando, afraid that he would order them to attack. Brando looked at the patrolling squads of subterranean dwellers. Each squad was led by a subterranean dweller with dark red skin. Those were the Marukas. If they attacked rashly, they would retreat into the fortress and waste the advantage of a surprise attack. He looked back at Amandina and the Night Song Tiger. What do you think? Let's use our old method. The Night Song Tiger replied. Old method? Brando raised his head. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 256. The subterranean dwellers in the lumber mill soon noticed a group of adventurers on the other side of the river. The group consisted of a warrior, 2 crossbowmen, and a wizard. It was a common sight in both Erewhon and Cruz. The appearance of this group of humans was undoubtedly a provocation to the subterranean dwellers, who had a strong sense of territory. Soon, a sharp whistle sounded in the camp, and the wooden gate creaked open. The subterranean dwellers rushed out, and 2 groups of more than 30 subterranean dwellers waded into the river. They split into 2 groups and tried to surround the group. The adventurers had obviously noticed the commotion. The crossbowmen fired 2 arrows, one of which missed, and the other one hit, but it did not cause any damage. The crossbow arrow hit the chest of a subterranean dweller, and the huge impact caused it to take a step back in the river, splashing water, but that was all. The subterranean dweller shook its head, raised its spear, and followed the group. Their skin is really thick. Cornelius, who was hiding in the bushes, frowned. The rumors were true. Even if there were 100 of them, we would have a hard time dealing with them. They're fast too. It took them only a few seconds to travel from the other side of the river to here. Yuta replied. Their speed is really scary. They're even faster than the best cavalry. Faster than the best cavalry? The tall commander of the Fire Lord Corps laughed. That's because you haven't seen the best cavalry, Miss Yuta. The red-haired mercenary was stunned and immediately glared at him. Brando nodded. The subterranean dwellers were about as fast as the second line of cavalry. They were slightly slower than the best warhorses. However, the best cavalry in Wonde did not ride warhorses. For example, Erewhon's strongest night patrol knights. The name was used to describe the way these knights crossed the battlefield, calm and indifferent. In fact, it was a reference to the Flying Dragon Knights. Each of Erewhon's legions had its own division, and they were usually the best of the best. Stop arguing. Cornelius interrupted the conversation between Rabin and the female commander. Look, there are at least 200 subterranean dwellers in the lumber mill. With such a large number, our mercenaries will not be able to deal with them. The middle-aged man shook his head as he spoke. His silver hair shone under the sunlight. My lord, do you have any countermeasures? His gaze fell on Brendel, intentionally or unintentionally. Amandina snorted softly. She could see through Brendel's intentions. Brando and Scarlet's strength were indeed enough to break through the lumber mill. 2 gold-ranked against 100 iron-ranked mercenaries would not be a problem. With the help of the mercenaries and the 3 great commanders, they would be able to take down the sawmill in 2 hours at most. However, if he were to be led by the nose by these guys, then what prestige would Sir Overlord have left? Moreover, when she looked at Brendel's calm and confident face, she knew that the young man she had been following for so long must have a plan in mind. Amandina coldly replied, The subterranean dwellers are not good at sieges. Lord Ron of Barcer once went deep into the earth to deal with these creatures, and he clearly described their habits in his books. The subterranean dwellers' abilities are the most limited in this area. They have even lost their best method of digging tunnels. No matter how thick their skin is or how fast they run, as long as we take over the sawmill and switch from offense to defense, they won't be able to do anything. Rabin turned to look at Brando and replied with a little surprise. There's such a thing? My lord must have considered this when he chose this place as the starting point of the attack, right? Brando's expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He thought to himself that there really was no such thing.
It was a common phenomenon for lumber mills to be located near the river. Firstly, it was convenient for downstream transportation. Secondly, it was possible to build a water wheel to drive the mill. After all, magic power was still a rare thing in this remote area. But he did not know much about Tonajil. He knew that there were 4 lumber mills near Abes. As for the condition of these lumber mills, only God knew. There is a countermeasure, Brando nodded. It depends on how many troops we can lure out. The young man turned around and smiled at his nominal subordinates. But everyone can relax. This battle isn't as difficult as you think. Just treat it as a warm-up for the mercenaries to get used to each other. Warm-up? Not only the 3 leaders, but also the leaders of the small mercenary groups were stunned. More than 300 mercenaries against more than 200 subterranean dwellers. What kind of warm-up was this? It was going to be a tough battle. Let's wait and see. Brando calmed himself down and looked at the riverbank. The battle on the riverbank had just begun. When the adventurers realized the subterranean dwellers' intention, they began to retreat to the side of the forest. Although they were fast, they were still not as fast as the subterranean dwellers, and they were soon caught at the edge of the forest. However, the wizard in the team immediately knocked his staff on the ground and loudly chanted an incantation. With a loud crash, the pebbles and soil under their feet lifted off the ground and lifted the 4 of them up. The soil rose up and formed a 2-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide castle. It had a parapet and battlements, and the castle was made of solid earth and stone. It protected the 4 of them in the middle. City building. Everyone was taken aback. Only a level 3 law of defense spell could produce such an effect. Although it was still far from the realm of the legendary sorcerer who could create a city out of thin air, it at least proved that the sorcerer on the field was at least at the peak of iron rank. Who was so extravagant? The others turned their heads to see who was willing to send a 3rd circle wizard to the front lines as bait. However, only Cornelius noticed the faint smile on Rabin's face, as if he didn't care at all. Rabin, is that one of your men? He asked in a low voice. The commander of the Firebrand Corps nodded without a care. Maffrey, the best wizard in my corps. He replied. You're really generous. Cornelius did not feel relieved after confirming his suspicions. Instead, he felt a sense of crisis. The silver-haired middle-aged man looked at the tall and silent Rabin, then looked at the silent Brando. He suddenly felt that his position was shaken. He had fought side by side with the young lord for the longest time, and he thought that he would be able to leave a good impression on the youth with his performance. He did not expect that this quiet and honest veteran had unknowingly reached a tacit understanding with the young lord. Perhaps they had even come to an agreement. Cornelius cursed in his heart and gritted his teeth. However, his attention was immediately drawn to the battle at the edge of the forest. When Maffrey retreated behind the warriors and crossbowmen to rest after casting the fortification spell, the middle-aged mage leaned his whole body on his cane and gasped for breath. The previous level 3 spell had obviously consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy. However, the effects were obvious. Just as Amandina had said, the subterranean dwellers were not good at sieges. These creatures that came from the underworld had strong hind limbs, but their forelimbs were short and weak. They did not rely on their upper limbs to attack because their forelimbs were only used to wield spears and tools. When the subterranean dwellers attacked, they relied on the strength of their hind limbs to charge forward and convert it into energy to attack their enemies. However, the wall alone was enough to cause them a lot of trouble. The 2-meter-high wall was not tall, but the subterranean dwellers realized that when they leaped up to attack the humans, they would be greeted with a cold glint of a sword, and they had no way of dodging it in mid-air. In just a single exchange, 2 of the subterranean dwellers were slashed back. The short corpses flew back and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Their companions quickly made way for them, and they slowed down their speed. Through the feedback of the sound waves, they discovered that there was a tall stone castle in front of them. The subterranean dwellers looked at each other, but the subterranean dweller Maru, who caught up to them, immediately let out a sharp whistle and ordered them to spread out and attack from all directions. That's too much. Amandina furrowed her brows. She knew that the 4 mercenaries that were acting as bait were elites that Brando had handpicked from her subordinates. All of them were at least at the peak of iron ranked. Even if they were on flat ground, they would be able to withstand the attacks of 30 subterranean dwellers for a while, let alone when they had the terrain advantage. But no matter what,
It was still too much for them to endure the attacks of 30 subterranean dwellers and lure them to send out more reinforcements. However, what she didn't expect was that after the purple-red subterranean dwellers forced their companions to launch 2 rounds of attacks, they decisively used a sharp whistle to order all the subterranean dwellers to retreat. They surrounded the stone castle and waited in formation. What was going on? The 4 mercenaries were waiting by the parapet. The previous battle had already exhausted much of their stamina. If the subterranean dwellers put in a little more effort, they might be able to take down this temporary fortress in one fell swoop. They didn't expect the subterranean dwellers to retreat at this moment. It was important to note that Wizard Mafree had already caught his breath. He would be able to join the battle again in a while. The subterranean dwellers aren't willing to pay the price. Although it's possible to take down the fortress in one fell swoop, it's impossible to do so without paying a huge price when the terrain and individual strength are not in our favor. Brando explained when he sensed the surprise on the faces of the mercenaries around him. Although these mercenaries were experienced in all sorts of battles, they didn't necessarily have any dealings with the underground creatures of Jorgundy. In the underground world where competition was cruel, population and military strength were both very precious resources. They were not allowed to be wasted. This was also the reason why the average strength of an individual in the underworld was relatively high.
I see. Cornelius glanced at Brando.
As mercenaries, they didn't necessarily look up to nobles and scholars on the battlefield, but they couldn't help but look up to someone who was able to use their secret knowledge on the battlefield.
But I didn't expect the subterranean dwellers to be so weak. Don't they have the habit of building cities? Brando almost choked when he heard this question. He thought that the subterranean dwellers of Jorgundy Ridge were much better at building cities than humans. This was because the subterranean castles were first built to guard against the invasion of demons. The walls were thick and sturdy enough to make a human fortress like Bragg's blush with shame. As for the fortifications, they came from the dwarves living in the mountains. Cities like Ab's were nothing compared to them. It's not that the subterranean dwellers don't have the ability to attack cities, Cornelius replied. They are a first-class organization in Jorgundy Ridge, and they usually work together with another first-class organization called Bugbears. Bugbears? Rabin asked. Author's note: I've been painfully stuck in this story for a long time, but I'm slowly recovering. No one wants to stop updating. If you stop updating, you'll just miss out on the next chapter, and I'll lose even more. Chapter 257. You have never seen that creature before. It is about 2 meters tall when it stands upright and covered in hair. It is said that it has some kind of blood relationship with the goblins on the surface. But compared with their weak but numerous distant relatives, this branch can be said to be an anomaly. They are strong, and even a newborn baby among the bear goblins is comparable to a human adult. Brando said slowly. If the bear goblins raise their shields and flail as cover, it will be quite troublesome for the troglodytes to dig underground. He paused and changed the topic. But most of the troglodytes live in symbiosis with the bear goblins. Who knows if there are bear goblins in the lumber mill? Everyone was startled and looked back at the lumber mill on the other side of the river. The wooden gate creaked as it rose again. A group of subterranean dwellers walked out from the gate. Then, a series of heavy footsteps were heard. Behind them were 3 clumsy creatures. The gigantic creatures held a large shield in one hand and dragged a flail with a rattling chain in the other as they slowly walked out from behind the gate. Bear goblins. Although most of the people present had never seen such creatures before, they recognized these new monsters according to Brando's description. They were more than 2 meters tall, covered in long brown hair, and their heads seemed to be curled up on their broad shoulders. They held a shield in one hand and a flail in the other. It was almost the same as the young man's description. Everyone couldn't help but look at the young lord with admiration. Yuta was a little silent. She looked at the young lord meaningfully as if she was trying to find something different about him. I have seen this thing before. Rabin stared at the group of monsters that were crossing the river and suddenly said, We once dealt with it in Karsuk. More than a dozen soldiers couldn't get close to it. His tanned face changed color for the first time. My lord, are you sure this thing is also a first-class organization? Brando nodded. The ranks of the army were first set up by the 4 great temples, and they were not only based on individual fighting strength. The bugbears' brains aren't too good. Due to their symbiotic relationship with the subterranean dwellers,
They haven't been able to form a sizable army. If not for the fact that the subterranean dwellers are the foundation of the foundation in Jorgundi's army, and the bugbears that have been fighting side by side with them have formed a set of fixed tactics, I'm afraid these idiots wouldn't have been classified as a first-class unit.
Vern nodded and kept silent.
At this moment, the subterranean dwellers and the 3 bugbears were wading through the middle of the river bank. Although the subterranean dwellers at the edge of the forest had retreated far away, they still surrounded Meferi's group of 4. The riverbank was strangely quiet for a moment. The invisible scales were swaying on the battlefield. The subterranean dwellers launched a second round of attacks, but they immediately felt that something was wrong. At this time, the 2 crossbowmen on the stone bunker threw away the heavy crossbows in their hands and unsheathed the long swords from their backs. They were 2 long swords with 2 rows of strange patterns on the blades, which shone under the sun. Magic swords! One of the mercenaries shouted in a low voice. The magic sword here did not refer to the low-level alchemy goods that most people could get their hands on. It was a magic sword that was worthy of its name. At the very least, it was a magic item that was at the level of bronze or above. It was a creation that could change the strength of the wielder to a certain extent. Whose men are those? All the mercenary leaders' gazes were focused on Yuta, Vern, and Cornelius. In their opinion, only these 3 leaders could bring out such a luxurious lineup. However, the 3 leaders were also puzzled. Although they had the same thought, those were not their men. But if one were to say that they were only surprised at first, then in the next moment, they all held their breaths. 2 snow-white sword lights flashed on the stone bunker, and the 2 subterranean dwellers who had leaped onto the wall were cleanly cut into 2. This was already the strength of a peak iron rank, close to silver rank. Among the many mercenaries present, only the 3 great leaders had this standard. Who is that? Yuta finally turned to Cornelius and asked, Cornelius, are they your men? It was a pity that Cornelius was not in the mood to answer her question. When he saw the 2 swords, his expression finally changed. He turned to look at Brando and recognized them. They were the holy swords used by the 2 angels who followed Brando that night. He finally understood why Vern was willing to send his most capable wizard as bait. With 2 silver-ranked warriors as his bodyguards, what was there to be worried about? However, the middle-aged mercenary leader's knowledge could not represent the others. Not everyone present could recognize the 2 swords, and for a moment, only the sound of gasps could be heard in the forest. Brando did not reply, but under his gaze, the subterranean dwellers who had their attacks thwarted retreated to the sides. The first bugbear that came ashore suddenly rushed forward with large strides. They swung the flails in their hands and hammered the magic castles in the air. There was a loud bang. It was the sound of earth and stone cracking. The earthen and stone castle immediately fell apart. Everyone saw the 2 crossbowmen who were pretending to be weak suddenly jump up high. One of them grabbed the wizard while the other grabbed the warrior. They then rolled backwards and landed on the ground. The subterranean dwellers let out an excited shriek as they prepared to attack. However, at that moment, with a sharp whistle, a group of more than 50 cavalrymen suddenly appeared from the forest.
Everyone subconsciously turned to look. Vern and Yuta saw that the leader of the group was the Night Song Tiger.
It was the mercenaries of Lopez and a few other unknown mercenary groups. My lord, what are you doing? Vern suddenly realized that Brando was trying to lure the main force of the subterranean dwellers over. If he sent too many troops at the start, it would alert the enemy. However, if he slowly increased the number of troops, it would be like boiling a frog in warm water. This is the Night Song Tiger's idea. Brando stared at the river bank, his eyes glowing. The key is that the subterranean dwellers are not willing to give up on the bugbears and their companions. This is a weakness of the underworld residents. The young man smiled. In fact, it's not just the NPCs, even the players would occasionally make this mistake. After all, the population of Jorgundy Ridge is too precious. In fact, when the Night Song Tiger mentioned this idea to him, he knew that it would succeed. It was too ingenious. It was no different from the way the players used to manipulate the underworld residents. When he saw the 2 pristine angels and their companions crawling up from the ground, they cheered as if they had suddenly seen reinforcements. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. He thought that he was a little too wretched. NPC? Player?
Vern asked.
Brando coughed and replied, Look in front.
The three commanders turned their heads at the same time. The lumber mill's gate creaked as it was pulled open again. But this time, it wasn't just one gate. There were 3 gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Everyone could see an endless stream of subterranean dwellers pouring out from behind the tall wooden fence as if there was no end to them.
Cornelius gasped when he counted the number of subterranean dwellers. There were more than 200 of them. It seemed that his estimation was off by quite a bit. This meant that there were more than 300 subterranean dwellers in the camp. With Martha at the top, how were they supposed to fight? It was one thing to lure them out, but it seemed that even if the enemy gave up on the terrain advantage, they still wouldn't be able to take them down. He looked at Brando with a pale face. Brando watched silently as the subterranean dwellers waded across the river. Their goal was to save their own troops before the cavalry could regroup with their companions. In terms of speed, they did have the advantage. But Brando was waiting for this moment.
He didn't care about the ugly expressions of the 3 commanders and raised his hand. "Load the crossbows."
Everyone was stunned. Looking at the black mass of subterranean dwellers and the earth spirit bugbears behind them, they lacked the courage to continue fighting. Even at this time, half of the enemy was still on the riverbank. Wasn't it too early to load the crossbows? But no one dared to disobey a lord's orders. Regardless of whether the lord lived up to his name, Brando's noble status and strength were enough to make the 3 commanders agree with him. Since the 3 largest mercenary groups didn't have any objections, the others naturally didn't dare to voice their opinions. Moreover, the bait was still at the edge of the forest, and they couldn't just leave their companions alone. The mercenaries unstrapped the crossbows on their backs and pulled the handles back to load the crossbows. Since their opponents were the subterranean dwellers, they had no choice but to slow down and tighten the bowstrings bit by bit. One by one, the crossbows were raised, and a rustling sound could be heard in the forest, as if a breeze was blowing through the treetops. "Level the crossbows." Brando lowered his voice and ordered the last person to load the crossbow. The timing was just right. The earth spirit bears and the subterranean dwellers were wading across the river. Because they had slowed down, Brendel's accurate prediction surprised all the commanders. Cornelius even turned around and looked at Brando in surprise. He was the sharpest among the 3 commanders, but he didn't expect Brando to have such an understanding of his mercenaries. After all, they had never given the command of their mercenaries to this young man. How on earth did he guess that? However, Brando was secretly laughing in his heart. In Erewhon, the strength of the mercenaries were almost the same, and their habit of loading their crossbows was also the same. The scene just now was just a confirmation of his experience in the game, and it wasn't the first time he made such a prediction. Not to mention the earth spirit bugbears and subterranean dwellers, even the faster wind elf cavalry would be able to get these mercenaries to strike first. At this moment, every mercenary, including the Magi, laid down the heavy crossbow in their hands, or at the very least, a handheld crossbow. Every mercenary was equipped with a long-range weapon. Even if they didn't have a crossbow, they would at least prepare a bow or a musket. Every crossbow was aimed at their respective targets, but the tide of enemies made them wonder how effective this round of attacks would be. Everyone couldn't help but think. Did the young lord say that this was just a warm-up? The question was there really such a warm-up? Brando didn't answer. He waited for 2 seconds and snapped his fingers. Fire! Author's note: it wasn't easy for me to overcome this obstacle. Everyone, please give me some support. It's really painful to live with a writer's block. I don't have the energy to do anything. Chapter 258. A buzzing sound came from the forest beside the riverbank. Countless thorns suddenly sprouted out from the green bushes and formed a translucent black wall that swept across the cobblestone riverbank. The subterranean dwellers who were standing at the front were caught off guard and were hit by the wall. It was as if they had really hit an invisible wall, and the huge impact caused them to stagger and retreat. The corpses that were pierced with arrows lay motionless in the middle of the riverbank. The subterranean dwellers were stunned by the sudden rain of arrows. The ones in front were forced to retreat, but the ones behind were still pushed forward by the huge inertia. Hundreds of subterranean dwellers collided with each other on the riverbank, and it was a complete mess. This is our chance. The same thought flashed through the minds of Jana and Fern, who were hiding in the bushes. They immediately unsheathed their rapiers and great swords.
It seemed that they were ready to seize this opportunity to lead their men in a charge and defeat these subterranean dwellers.
However, Brando also unsheathed his long sword from the scabbard at his waist.
With a wave of his right hand, a gust of wind blew past the two mercenary leaders.
Along with the gust of wind, dead trees and chopped leaves flew up and fell to the ground.
Yuta and Rabin held their breath and stopped to look at the young lord.
"My lord," Rabin asked. "Attack formation. Get into formation on the riverbank." Brando looked ahead. In his vision, the Night Song Tiger and his mercenaries were circling the riverbank and preparing to charge forward.
"My lord, but..." The red-haired mercenary leader glared at the subterranean dwellers who were in a mess. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is our chance."
"Your opponents are not humans."
Brando glanced at her and replied concisely. He raised his left hand and pointed at his ear, indicating that the subterranean dwellers had been fighting in the darkness for a long time.
As creatures that relied on their hearing to distinguish their surroundings, they were much more experienced than the weak humans. Even if the attack caused them to panic, these creatures from the underground of Georgandy Ridge would quickly recover, especially when they relied on the same sound wave to communicate with each other. It was much faster and more effective than humans relying on flags to identify their troops and directions in a chaotic army. In the game, the subterranean dwellers' panic time was much shorter than most other creatures' armies. It was only one round. The goblins had the worst performance in this aspect. Once their formation was disrupted, they would not be able to regroup. The undead were the best, as they did not have the chance to panic. For such creatures, only an excellent army would be able to seize this brief opportunity. Brando's view was that these mercenaries would be eliminated in the first place. The two commanders looked at each other as if they were not convinced, but at this time, Cornelius unsheathed his sword and walked in between them.
"I'll listen to you, my lord."
The silver-haired middle-aged man looked at the caveman on the riverbank and keenly sensed that something was amiss. He replied, "We're not as experienced as the Count in dealing with these monsters." Brando was slightly startled.
He looked at the man and saw the ambition hidden in his silver eyes. However, he smiled in his heart and did not care about the intentions of these three commanders.
As long as they had such expectations, they would naturally submit. "It's good that you understand."
"I don't have much time to explain." He lowered the tip of his sword and replied, "Then carry out my orders."
He turned around and faced the direction of the river. The three commanders fell silent.
"What about you, my lord?"
The red-haired female commander, Yuta, asked worriedly. She did not understand why this young man wanted them to fight the subterranean dwellers head-on. The subterranean dwellers were an army of more than 200, perhaps even close to 300.
Even if Erewhon's Southern Legion had 500 men, they would not dare to say that they could stop the subterranean dwellers head-on, let alone the scattered mercenaries under them.
"I already have a target." Brando looked at the riverbank and replied, "Over there." The Night Song Tiger and his cavalry charged towards the 30 subterranean dwellers and earth spirit bugbears. The subterranean dwellers seemed to want to turn around and deal with the new enemies, but Brando's two pristine angels had already removed their disguise and used their wings of light to entangle the subterranean dwellers from behind. The battle on the riverbank became extremely intense. The 2 silver-ranked angels and 3 silver-ranked earth spirit bugbears were evenly matched, but with the subterranean dwellers, it was difficult for them to gain the upper hand. But that only lasted for a moment, and the situation quickly changed, because Brendel had already put down his sword and charged forward.
The young man shot out of the forest like an arrow, and when he landed on the riverbank, he had already shortened the distance between him and the battlefield by half. When he landed on the ground and leaped up again, he was like a phantom that shot into the midst of the subterranean dwellers. In the eyes of the mercenaries who put down their crossbows and walked out of the forest, their young count seemed to have turned into a flickering black light.
As he moved forward, his black swallow-tailed coat fluttered like a cape swaying in the wind.
In the blink of an eye, the flag had cut between the adventurers, the archangels, the troglodytes, and the bugbears who were acting as bait.
A few of the subterranean dwellers reacted and turned around to intercept the enemy. But just as they raised their weapons, Brando had already bypassed their weapons like a phantom and approached a earth spirit bugbear in the middle of the battlefield. The earth spirit bugbear was extremely alert. It shook its furry ears and subconsciously turned its hand. It swung the flail in its hand at Brando, but this move was too slow in the eyes of the young man. The latter stopped to avoid the spiked iron ball,
grabbed the cold iron chain, and flew high up in the air. Then he let go, somersaulted in the air, and landed steadily. He landed on the broad and thick shoulder of the earth spirit bugbear. The entire process was completed in a single breath, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The mercenaries blinked and saw Brando half kneeling on the broad shoulder of the earth spirit bugbear. He calmly used both hands to stab the sword into the earth spirit bugbear's throat. An arrow of blood, as dazzling as the broken flag on the riverbank that afternoon. Brando pulled out the sword, and the earth spirit bugbear let out a low howl. Its tall body swayed, and then fell down with a crash. There was a moment of silence on the battlefield. The mercenaries who saw this scene seemed to have forgotten the existence of time and the world around them. They subconsciously stopped, and the breath in their chest seemed to carry some kind of bloody dry, and a trace of legend. However, although the person who commanded them also had his eyes on the young man, they could not forget the environment at this moment. Rabin took a step forward, cutting off the line of sight between his subordinates and Brando. He swung his greatsword forward and ordered in a deep voice, "Speed up, line up, forward, don't let the enemy come ashore." Rabin turned back, and in his eyes, the subterranean dwellers had regained their order at this moment. These creatures from Georgandy Ridge seemed to be able to communicate with each other through some kind of transmission in the air. Under the command of only a dozen purple-red subterranean dwellers, these monsters that were still in a mess under the rain of arrows had already gathered the moment the mercenaries stepped out of the forest. They seemed to be ready to move forward again. The whole process took less than half a minute. Rabin realized that Brando's decision to stop their charge was a wise one. If they had charged forward, they would have to face the subterranean dwellers before they even reached the riverbank. However, the mercenaries who started the charge did not stop so easily. Rabin did not need to think to know how high the chances of winning would be if they lost their formation and fought against opponents who were much stronger than them. He turned his head sideways and saw Cornelius and Yuta, who were maintaining order in the middle of the battlefield and on the other side of the battlefield. Who the hell is that young man? Rabin thought. Karsuk's Highland wizard and knight have such an excellent descendant. Those guys are no better than the average nobles. But when he thought back to the battlefield, he still felt that this confrontation was not very optimistic. Although the young man's judgment was correct again and again, the subterranean dwellers in front of them were getting more and more difficult to defeat. Even if the subterranean dwellers lined up on the riverbank and waited for the exhausted soldiers to arrive, Rabin did not believe that they could withstand even the first wave of the enemy's charge. He raised his hand, and the warriors in the first row lowered their shields. At the back were the warriors and swordsmen who were temporarily acting as spearmen, while the professional archers and crossbowmen were reloading their weapons. However, the previous volley of arrows did not cause much damage to the subterranean dwellers, and it was hard to say how effective it would be at this moment. At most, it was a psychological comfort. Sure enough, after the first volley of arrows, the number of subterranean dwellers that fell was less than 10. The subterranean dwellers and the bugbears maintained their formation as they waded through the river. The sound of the water splashing was like the approaching death march. At this moment, not only Rabin, but he also saw the hesitation on his men's faces. They were wavering. With less than 100 feet left, the crossbowmen fired their third volley of arrows. Vern could clearly see that the weak arrows hit the thick fur of the earth spirit bear and bounced off, having almost no effect. 50 feet. Yuta gritted her teeth and stood in front of her men. She thought that even though she was not strong enough, she could at least reduce the impact of the subterranean dwellers on her men. Those who called her big sister were also her brothers and sisters. For the first time in her life, she felt a little regretful and doubted if she had made the wrong choice. She turned back to look at Brendel's direction and saw that he had just killed the second earth spirit bear, but he did not even look at them. She wondered if he was like the other nobles and did not care about their lives. 20 feet. Cornelius could almost see the wrinkles on the skin of the subterranean dwellers. He was sweating profusely as he gripped his sword tightly. In the next moment, two armies. Or rather, they were not armies. In short, the mercenaries and the subterranean dwellers clashed. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. At that moment, the battlefield lost all sound. Everyone was shocked. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 259. When the mercenaries realized that the subterrane dwellers had crashed into their shields, there was no sound at all. The huge force was silent, and the mercenaries in the front row were suddenly thrown to the back row. The entire process was like a pantomime. Everyone was stunned. Yuta turned her head, and her flame-like hair swayed violently in the crowd. She saw Brando on the other side of the battlefield lowering his hand. At that moment, 6 silencing spells accurately covered the entire battlefield. The subterrane dwellers immediately fell into endless panic. After losing the ability to judge the sound, these creatures from the underground of Georgandy Ridge were like blind men. It was like a person who had lost all perception of the surrounding world in an instant. Their first reaction was either to retreat subconsciously, or to wave their spears in front of them in a futile attempt to protect themselves. The chaos quickly spread among the subterrane dwellers. Thus, the subterrane dwellers in the front row collided with those in the back row, or they were treated as enemies by their own people. They panicked and fled in all directions, or they fought with their own people. Although many mercenaries were involved in the chaos, most of them were free to fight. After a short moment of shock, they immediately realized that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Victory seemed to be within their reach. So that's how it is. That was the only thought that flashed through everyone's mind. Brando threw away the exhausted soul crystal in his hand. The young lord glanced at them, as if he had already predicted the outcome of the battle. So that's how it is. Rabban was enlightened when he saw the expression on the young noble's face. These fools actually have such a weakness. Cornelius calmly replied. The silver-haired middle-aged man stared at the situation on the front line and immediately ordered a change of flag. The red flag that represented the charge was now fluttering high above the battlefield. The mercenaries in the front did not need to hear the order. They only needed to see the eye-catching flag to know what to do next. The warriors threw away their shields and drew their weapons from below. A moment ago, they were still on the defensive, but now their roles had changed. It was as if an invisible wave swept across the battlefield, and the mercenaries began to counterattack. The blind subterrane dwellers were unable to stop the organized attacks of the humans. Although they were strong, it was futile if they could not hit the enemy. Moreover, in the darkness, they had an instinctive fear in their hearts, causing them to retreat in panic as soon as they were attacked. The front line of the subterrane dwellers began to crumble amidst the chaos. However, the subterrane dwellers who were supervising the battle from the rear could not effectively receive any information from the front line. In their perception, the range of the silent spell was like a black hole that devoured all sound feedback. All the subterrane dwellers who entered the range of the black hole were defeated in an instant. The retreat of nearly 100 subterrane dwellers on the front line caused the entire subterrane dweller army to waver. Even though the subterrane dwellers had retreated from the area of effect of the silent spell, hundreds of their own kind were running away. At first, it was only the subterrane dwellers, but when the subterrane dwellers realized that they had lost the battle, they began to turn around, followed by the bugbears. In the end, the escape turned into a rout. But in reality, the real battle wasn't so one-sided. Under the first wave of attacks by the mercenaries, less than 20 subterrane dwellers had fallen. Their corpses were scattered all over the riverbank, allowing the river water to soak them. But at this moment, the subterrane dwellers didn't have the mood to turn back and count their casualties. They only obeyed the fear in their hearts and ran toward the other side of the river. There was no formation or organization, and they were like a pile of loose sand pushing each other forward. Many of the subterrane dwellers were trampled to death by their own kind, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The mercenaries changed their formation as soon as they got out of the silent spell's range. Under Janna's command, they split into 3 groups and chased after the fleeing subterrane dwellers. Most of the mercenaries were happy to see this kind of fighting style, even though they could not believe that it was actually happening. The battle had completely changed in just one exchange. Just like what Brando said, this was just a warm-up battle. On the other side, at the edge of the forest, the remaining 30 subterrane dwellers were surrounded by the Night Song Tiger's cavalry. With the 3 earth spirit bugbears killed by Brando, the subterrane dwellers had no choice but to face 2 silver-ranked archangels and twice the number of humans. The outcome of the battle was obvious. Brando did not need to look anymore. He turned around and saw the mercenaries chasing after the fleeing subterrane dwellers. The young man snorted. These mercenaries were still cautious even until now. It seemed like they were still wary of the remaining subterrane dwellers in the lumber mill.
He estimated their speed and frowned. At this rate, the subterranean dwellers would definitely escape into the lumber mill. Although the subterranean dwellers were battered and exhausted, they did not suffer any serious injuries in the previous battle. Less than a quarter of the subterranean dwellers were dead, and the earth spirit bugbears were still alive. If they managed to escape, it would be a waste of effort.
Fortunately, when he looked at the forest on the other side of the river, he finally saw that familiar figure.
The red-haired girl with a ponytail galloped through the forest like a bolt of lightning. It was Scarlet. In fact, it was not only Brando. Cornelius, Yuta, and Rabin also noticed the change on the other side of the river. They did not know when the red-haired girl had gone around the river. The girl was riding on a silver-white magic horse.
She held a halberd in one hand and charged out of the forest with a long arc of lightning.
It was obvious that her target was the lumber mill. But before that, she blocked the escape route of the subterranean dwellers.
"Get out of the way!"
Yuta was stunned. She did not know why, but when she saw the red-haired girl blocking the path of hundreds of subterranean dwellers, her heart skipped a beat. There were hundreds of subterranean dwellers, including the earth spirit bugbears. Their survival instincts would probably trigger their ferocious nature. Even a gold tier might not be able to escape unscathed in such a situation. Moreover, if they forced the subterranean dwellers to turn around, their previous victory would be in vain.
However, Scarlet did not move, as if she did not hear anything.
In the next moment, countless green light spots appeared in the forest behind her. They were the wind spirit spiders.
Every mercenary present could recognize these little creatures that were under Brando's command.
They also knew how powerful they were. Yuta was stunned. The wind spirit spiders began to attack. Under Brando's command, they began to systematically force the subterranean dwellers to turn around. Every time a beam of light flashed, a subterranean dweller would fall to the ground. The subterranean dwellers were unable to resist the silver tier attack, but they soon realized that the right side of the formation was the hardest to attack. Hence, everything that happened next became natural. When the remaining 20 wind spirit spiders led the sacred swords to attack, the frightened subterranean dwellers could only scream and flee into the forest from another direction. The red-haired girl stood motionless in the middle of the subterranean dwellers, but none of them dared to attack her. They could only obediently go around her like water flowing past a reef. Scarlet did not attack. She waited until the last subterranean dweller disappeared into the forest. Then, she turned around and looked at the mercenaries who were chasing after her. She pulled the magic reins and stopped the silver warhorse she was riding on. Scarlet's amber eyes reflected the scene of the caveman in the lumber mill hurriedly closing the door on the wooden fence outside the lumber mill. She smiled faintly. Her eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness. Then, she raised her halberd and swung it forward. With a loud bang, everyone saw the lumber mill's gate being lifted high into the air and then falling apart. How troublesome! Amandina frowned as she looked at the scene. She broke the gate, and will have to find someone to fix it later. Really, she didn't think about it properly. Amandina walked out of the forest after the battle ended. The previous battle did not affect her at all, or perhaps she was already used to such a life. Let her be. Brando smiled. He looked up and saw the golden light that filled the sky flying towards him. It was about 10,000 EXP, enough to push his mercenary's EXP bar forward by a little bit. More than 10%. Amandina did not reply after hearing Brando's words. She watched as Scarlet led the mercenaries into the lumber mill from the east. The remaining subterranean dwellers were no match for the mercenaries and Scarlet. The outcome of the battle was set. "It's hard to imagine," Amandina said softly. "These creatures from the Underdark are actually so weak against certain types of magic. Logically speaking, they should know their own weaknesses very well." "You can't say that."
The Night Song Tiger came over from the other side of the battlefield and said, "Miss Amandina."
Amandina turned her head, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "The subterranean dwellers are not a single organization in Georgandy Ridge." Brando replied, "Georgandy Ridge is like a huge kingdom, and different creatures form this underground kingdom. Other than the bugbears, there are also harpies and kobold shamans who fight side by side with the subterranean dwellers. Not to mention that the subterranean dwellers have their own witch doctors. But in this small tribe, it's hard to find one. So naturally, they are inferior to us when it comes to magic." "So few. Based on the ratio of 1 mage to 1,000 people, this ratio is not small. Brando replied.
Amandina nodded and lowered her head to think. But I didn't expect there to be such a kingdom under Georgiandy Ridge.
It's completely different from what I know from the books.
Even though I know about the subterranean dwellers, I used to think that it was a barren land that civilization could not reach. It turns out that the world is so mysterious.
Brando smiled.
Amandina lived in the cruise culture where the majority of the people were humans, so it was normal for her to have such a misconception. But from the perspective of a player, this world was unimaginably huge.
But just the subterranean dwellers alone are so fierce.
Amandina frowned. Compared to the skeleton soldiers of Madara, they are much more powerful.
I didn't know that we had such a threat underground.
One of the characteristics of the creatures in Georgiandy Ridge is their outstanding individual strength.
This is related to their environment.
Brando shook his head and sighed as he looked at the sawmill. But you think that the subterranean dwellers are fierce because Erwin is too weak? If the people of Cruz were here, I'm afraid they wouldn't say such things.
If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading.
Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation.
Chapter 260.
Even though it was a part of the dark forest that extended into the civilized world, the Bearman's Forest itself was not large. It would only take a day or half a day to traverse the forest where the 4 logging sites were located. The sawmill in the west was called the Horseshoe Grass Sawmill, and the news of its loss spread through the entire forest within a few hours along with the subterranean dwellers' retreat. The subterranean dwellers in the forest became restless and restless. At the same time, the news also reached the ears of the subterranean dweller tribe's leader. Tajiv was born from one of the 13 noble bloodlines of the subterranean dwellers. It was a natural choice for a witch doctor. Its skin was darker than the elite warriors of the subterranean dwellers, and its body was covered with long feathers. Those were the feathers of the Dynavals, the spoils of war from the underworld's dark elves. However, it was currently sitting on its bearskin throne and did not have the mood to care about these beautiful feathers. It used its slender fingers to caress a skull with feathers on a wooden stick.
It was a little irritated.
It became the leader of this tribe 5 years ago and became independent from its father's tribe. However, it ran into trouble when it was fighting for its own territory and had no choice but to migrate with its people. This was not a rare occurrence in the underworld, but it was unexpected that it discovered a path that led to the surface. Even though it was rumored that the surface world was far from a paradise, it still decided to take a risk. After it and its people got used to life on the surface, it began to realize that the humans here were not as scary as it thought. Therefore, it took over the 4 logging sites in the forest. However, this action attracted the wrath of the local lord. Of course, it was Baron Grodin. The humans and the subterranean dwellers fought twice in the forest, but Tanajal's mixed army and the nobles' private soldiers were no match for the subterranean dwellers. The humans were chased out without gaining any advantage. In the end, Grodin had no choice but to swallow his pride and come to negotiate with it personally. The subterranean dwellers did not need the wood produced in the forest, but Grodin could not. Tanajal was the main source of wood for Ampere Seal, and if there was a problem, the first person to blame would be his powerful father, Count Ranner. Grodin had to think of a way to ensure that Trenthium's timber exports would last for a year, even though he was running a deficit. The 4 lumber mills near Abes were among the best in Tanajal, and he did not dare to give them up easily. However, he could not take them back by force, and he could not let Count Ranner know about this. Thus, the only way left was to rely on trade. Even though it was unthinkable for a lord to spend money to buy his territory's produce, Grodin still had silver mines in his possession. Since silver was an important currency in the underworld, and Tajiv needed more money to strengthen his tribe, the two of them hit it off, and this secret deal was kept secret from the start.
Tajiv appreciated the deal.
Even though the subterranean dwellers had won more than once against the humans and even forced Grodin to lower his pride, it did not hide the fact that his tribe had very few people. Thousands of black iron-ranked fighters sounded terrifying, but this was the entire population of his tribe. Tajiv, on the other hand, was very smart. Through constant contact, it gradually understood the reality of the human world it was in. Even though it was impossible to find an army in Tonajul that could easily chase them away, they would not be able to escape unscathed if they appeared in human territory. Baron Abes alone had a population of 70,000, let alone the whole of Tonajul. Moreover, if a foreign race like Tajiv rashly attacked a human settlement, it might lead to an even larger scale attack. It knew that this place belonged to a kingdom, and the concept of a kingdom in Tajiv's mind was equivalent to the underground kingdom of Jorgandi Ridge, which made it fearful. Even though it knew that Grodin had a silver mine, it did not dare to take it over. Tajiv was satisfied with its current situation. As long as it firmly controlled the 3 lumber mills, it would be able to obtain an endless supply of silver from the human lord. With the silver, it would be able to expand its tribe until the day it could return to the underworld. In Tajiv's mind, returning to the underworld was its #1 goal. Even though Tonajul was enviable, it was not the territory of the subterranean dwellers. However, good things did not last long. One day, Tajiv felt that it had encountered a thorny problem. After getting used to a peaceful life, it did not like to engage in war with the humans, especially when the tribe's development was just starting to look good. Since fighting with the humans would attract the attention of the surrounding forces, it did not want to expose its existence. However, the more it thought about it, the more trouble came knocking on its door. Just like this afternoon, it received news from the front lines that humans had once again slaughtered their way into the forest. This time, not only did the humans take over a lumber mill, they also killed more than 100 of its tribesmen. Tajiv was enraged when it heard the news. It ordered its tribesmen who could fight to gather together, but it also calmed down and began to gather information about the humans. The failure at the front had made the wise and cautious subterranean dweller even more cautious. He had gathered all his trusted subordinates here to listen to their opinions. The first to speak was an elderly subterranean dweller draped in bear skin. Of course, from a human's point of view, a subterranean dweller's age was nothing more than a hunchback, weak limbs, and a body full of white stripes. This old subterranean dweller was called Horned Claw. Of course, most subterranean dwellers did not have a name, but this name was given to it by Tajiv. Horned Claw was the name of a bipedal lizard that lived underground in Jorgandi Ridge. They were one of the most famous hunters in the underworld. They were cunning and cunning. Tajiv gave this name to the old subterranean dweller to praise its wisdom and experience. However, the old subterranean dweller was a traitor from an opposing tribe. The subterranean dwellers did not have the concept of 2 masters like the humans. Subterranean dwellers respected the strong, and it was common for them to defect from one tribe to another. Moreover, Horned Claw was a seasoned veteran, and his words carried a lot of weight in Tajiv's tribe. "I've heard from our former tribesmen that there are wizards among the humans," the old subterranean dweller said. "It's a silent spell. The dark elves often use it against us in the underworld. It's a pity that we don't have more witch doctors at the front lines. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many of our tribesmen." "How many of them do they have?" Tajiv asked. 200 or 300. "Only 200 or 300, the subterranean dweller said gloomily. "That human called Grodin must be tired of living. Does he think that I won't dare to touch him just because he sent mercenaries to us?" Tajiv spat. "Let's deal with these reckless mercenaries first, then we'll kill that bastard lord. I don't intend to be polite with him. We'll take over the silver mine in the south." "If we do that," Horned Claw replied, "the humans will retaliate." "It's fine. They need time to mobilize. Once we get the silver mine, we'll retreat to the underworld. Let's see if they dare to chase after us," Tajiv replied disdainfully. The few elders in the room exchanged opinions with each other using their unique sound waves. "Then how do we deal with the mercenaries?" another subterranean dweller asked. "I'll personally deal with them," Tajiv replied. "It's just magic." Tajiv stood up and said, "Tonight, I'll make those humans pay the price for our tribesmen's blood." Tajiv's sharp voice echoed in the room. The few subterranean dweller elders lowered their heads and didn't object to it. In their eyes, the humans were indeed reckless. Unlike what Tajiv had purposely spread, there were over 3,000 subterranean dwellers living in the Bearman Forest. In front of such a huge force, even the entire Trendheim army wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Of course, Tonajul might have Count Randner and Erwin behind him. However, Tajiv knew that Grodin would not be able to mobilize his troops in such a short time without leaking any information. The only people in Abes right now were the mercenaries that had gathered together.
This was the same as the information they received. It seemed that Grodin had indeed mobilized the mercenaries to deal with them. However, if Grodin thought that he could shake their foundation, he would definitely pay the price. However, Tajiv would never have guessed that Grodin had already paid the price for his actions. However, it was not for the subterranean dwellers. The enemy standing in front of them right now was Brando, who was as familiar with them as they were with him. The direction of the battle had changed from the beginning. The battle at the Horseshoe Grass Sawmill had ended long ago. The subterranean dwellers left the camp in full force, leaving behind only the old and weak who were unable to resist. Even so, the mercenaries still paid the heaviest price in the battle for the sawmill. More than 30 were injured, and 10 were killed. Yuta, Rabin, and Cornelius heaved a sigh of relief after the battle was over. They were people who were used to seeing life and death, so this small number of casualties was already somewhat unexpected. No, it was more like a miracle. If it weren't for Brando's familiarity with the underground residents, they wouldn't have been able to win, let alone pay such a small price. However, this battle with the subterranean dwellers was not within their expectations. Therefore, the three great commanders had mixed feelings at this moment. It could be said that they were not so willing to fight for the young lord. Baron Abiz's territory shouldn't have anything to do with them, but for some inexplicable reason, they were tied together. Jana, Rabin, and Cornelius couldn't help but look at each other, but there was only bitter laughter in their eyes. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 261. That's ridiculous. The mercenary leader swept her fringe to the back of her head and looked at the mercenaries who were cleaning up the battlefield. I really don't know why we're fighting, but, she sighed, this result is still acceptable. Rabin looked at her and nodded. That young man is indeed outstanding as a noble, he replied. I've been disappointed in the nobles ever since I left Karsuk's army, but he seems to have changed my view of him a little. Being a retainer of a noble isn't necessarily a bad thing for a mercenary, but I'm still a little unwilling to do so. Humph. Cornelius snorted coldly. The silver-haired middle-aged man looked back at the two of them and bluntly said, It's just that your expectations don't match up with reality. If it was Grodin who recruited us instead of this young man, I don't think you would have been unwilling. It's just that our young lord's foundation is still shallow. You and I can see that he wants to use our strength to achieve his own goals. It's hard to avoid suspicion when you think about it, Cornelius said. If he only wants to use my men as a bargaining chip, I won't let him do as he wishes. Grodin is the ruler of a region, but this young man's actions are a little unique, Rabin replied. I don't care what I think of them, but I have to take responsibility for my subordinates. Yuta lightly snorted and turned her head away after listening to their conversation. She was different from the two of them. Her goal in establishing her mercenary group was to unite against the nobles' oppression, but she was disappointed that she had to deal with those filthy nobles. Her goal was to protect her only sister, but now she had lost her sister. She sighed and felt a little lost. She didn't know what goals she had left. But no matter what, she couldn't agree with Cornelius's words. The three of them subconsciously stopped talking and looked at the lumber mill. The Night Song Tiger and his cavalry were slowly walking in. The young lord had arrived. Every mercenary subconsciously stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look in that direction. The evaluation of a person's ability among the mercenaries was very simple. It was whether the leader had the ability to lead them to victory. Brando had already led everyone to miraculous victories twice in a disadvantageous situation. There were even rumors about the young lord's mysterious aura, and everyone knew that he was the one they would follow in the future. Cornelius, Yuta, and Cornelius did not stop this from happening. As a matter of fact, even they themselves could not see where this matter would lead them after the battle in Abiz that night. But no matter what, if they left Brando, they would have to enter the dark forest. He was a unique and powerful lord who could bring them victory. Even though Count Ranner's shadow loomed over them like a dark cloud, there was at least a glimmer of hope. If Brando could bring them victory time and time again despite being at a disadvantage, then who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Even the three captains had a faint trace of blind anticipation in their hearts.
Cornelius looked at the people gathered around him. He did not doubt that these mercenaries would cheer when Brando rode into the lumber mill. Mercenaries were not stingy with giving their heroes the highest respect. Their lives of swords and blades had nurtured their hot-blooded and boorish characters. But when the night-song tiger and his riders rode into the lumber mill, everyone was stunned. Where was Brando? Other than the dignified and calm noble lady and the seemingly fearless merchant lady who was swaying on the back of her horse, there was no sign of their lord. What's going on? Yuta was the first to walk up and ask. Amandina glanced at her. It was not the first time the two of them had interacted. However, the experienced mercenary leader was unable to gain the slightest advantage in front of the noble's daughter. Amandina only replied indifferently. My lord has ordered everyone to set up defenses. The subterranean dwellers might finish gathering and attack in the second half of the night. She replied, the silence spell cannot be used again and again. My lord asked the wizards among you not to be stingy with their spell slots. Do your best to reinforce and increase the height of the surrounding fences. You must complete all of this before the Sorcerer King rises into the night sky. Yuta was taken aback. She suddenly realized something and was about to speak, but Rabin, the leader of the Firebrand mercenaries, walked up to her from behind and patted her shoulder to calm her down. The tall man raised his head and looked at Amandina on horseback. Miss Amandina, when will the lord return? He is the only one here who is most familiar with the subterranean dwellers' tactics and habits. Without him, we might not be able to last through the night. It's fine with me here, Amandina replied. My lord said that if you can last through the night, he will give you a victory. Last through the night? Cornelius frowned. That's easy for you to say, Miss Amandina. From the previous battle, the number of subterranean dwellers in this forest is probably more than 1,000. I don't believe that they would station a third of their forces in the outermost lumber mill, especially for a tribe that is constantly on the battlefield. Amandina's expression did not change. My lord, there is a price to pay for everything. The Roman added with a smile. For a businessman, risk and opportunity exist together. But my aunt once said that the difference between people is that the smart ones are bold and cautious. My aunt also said that even a small Roman can become a smart person. Cornelius did not reply after hearing this, but he did not refute either. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. What do you think? Yuta turned her head and asked Rabin in a low voice. What else can we do? Rabin replied, that young man doesn't believe us, but he is telling us that he is willing to trust us. Now that the choice is in our hands, it is up to us to decide what to do. The old soldier smiled. What a confident fellow. He's as arrogant as those Bullshastrisk tea nobles. What do you mean? Amandina was surprised. It means that he doesn't agree with our thoughts. Rabin replied, we think that he wants to rely on us, but that young noble is telling us that he is fine with us, but he is still giving us a chance to choose. Tisk, Yuta glared at Amandina. How arrogant. I hope that he will be able to resolve this matter. If we defend here for a night, he can bring us victory without sacrificing a single soldier. Does he really think that he is a benevolent king? Amandina snorted lightly. Rabin shook his head. He knew that Amandina was talking about how King Eric subdued the Highlanders, but he seemed to have thought of something and did not reply. No one knew where Brando was at this moment. Both sides were busy mobilizing their forces. Tajiv had ordered his tribesmen to split into two groups and pass through the Bearfolk forest. Countless subterranean dwellers and earth goblins were moving forward along the mountain stream. From afar, they could see a vast expanse of gray. There were also a few goblin knights in the midst of the horde. They were not creatures of the underworld, but the goblins and subterranean dwellers who had allied together. However, Brando pretended that he did not see them. He placed one hand on the trunk of a beech tree and looked down the slope. He saw the subterranean dwellers gathering into a long gray dragon in the valley. There are so many of them. The red-haired girl stood quietly behind him. When this scene was reflected in her amber eyes, she couldn't help but sigh softly. There are more than 1,000 of them here, right? I knew that the Baron didn't know how many enemies he had. That idiot. Brando nodded. He and Scarlet had been riding on the silver warhorse for a few hours now. They chased after the subterranean dwellers. These creatures that came from the underworld of Georgandy Ridge and lost their sight in the dark would not know that there were two people and a horse chasing after them. This was a natural disadvantage for the creatures of the underworld of Georgandy Ridge.
These creatures that were used to living in the dark would not be able to adapt to the light of day.
They either did not have sight and relied on their blind sense, or their limited vision in the day would make it difficult for them to see things in the sky.
It was important to note that almost all the scouts in Won's underworld flew in the sky. The young man looked up and saw the faint colors of the clouds.
It was still early, and the subterranean dwellers would not be able to complete their attack on the sawmill until after midnight.
There are so many of them, Scarlet frowned as she looked down at the valley. Even Commander Makarov would be helpless against them. But what should we do?
She raised her head and looked at Brendel. It seems that the subterranean dwellers' tribe is in front of the sawmill.
Brando did not answer her question. Scarlet was stunned and turned around. We will depart from here. We can't approach from the sky anymore. I didn't expect the subterranean dwellers to have recruited the goblins nearby. Brando said.
My lord, you are thinking of...
Scarlet's amber eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't that too daring? Don't worry, it's not the first time I've done this. Brando turned back and smiled. But I need your help, Scarlet. Scarlet sighed. It's an order, my lord.
Very well, as you wish.
Brando looked at the girl with a red ponytail and nodded. I order you to help me, Scarlet.
Then, the red-haired girl raised her head.
There's an old saying in my hometown, Brando replied. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 262. The sky darkened bit by bit. The sunset glow penetrated half of the sky. The thread-like cirrus clouds looked like they were on fire. They changed from a line of bright gold on the horizon to a purplish blue, then gradually turned into a dark blue, all the way to the easternmost part of the sky, turning into a gloomy shadow. The clouds seemed to indicate that the weather would be good for the next few days. Nature had quieted down, and only the chirping of birds could be heard in the forest. Scarlet stood alone beside him, her eyes reflecting a faint layer of twilight. She looked towards the direction of Mount Greyhar, the root system that extended from the Karana Mountains to the north and surrounded the entire Ferber barony. At the same time, it was also the easternmost edge of the Black Forest that lay beyond the borders of Aween's southern civilization. Legend had it that this mountain was the source of the land's wealth. There were countless treasures buried beneath it, such as silver. In just a few days, Scarlet had heard rumors about this huge silver mine. Even though only a small part of it was in Tonagel, it was enough for Grodin to spend freely. But this mountain, which was sacred and silent in the eyes of the locals, seemed to be hiding a huge beast in her eyes at this moment. Although the towering rocks exposed the crown of the trees reflected a golden light under the sun, the shadow of the forest hid a secret that no one knew. The sawmill in the forest was like a round spot in the reddish-gold canopy during autumn. Looking down from the top of the mountain, it seemed that there were not many subterranean dwellers. But that was not the case. The subterranean dwellers from Georgandy Ridge had hollowed out the entire mountain, and there were many tunnels and entrances under the rocks. To enter the valley, it was difficult to avoid passing through these areas that were closely monitored by the subterranean dwellers. Scarlet turned her head back. It had been a few hours since Brando confirmed the plan, but they did not move further than a few hundred feet along the valley. In fact, it was only under her constant urging that the young lord unwillingly moved his position. But Brendel did not explain why he had been standing there motionless for a few hours, and often just answered with a faint smile. This guy. The red-haired girl didn't show any reaction on the surface, but she turned around and lightly kicked the tangled roots of the black pine. Since the plan had been confirmed, what was she waiting for? Whether it's that, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader, or an assassination, how long do I have to wait? She frowned, not liking the feeling of wasting time at all. She turned around and saw the subterranean dwellers coming out of the forest one by one. This was the second batch. The first batch had already entered the forest. Are they going to meet up with the others first, or are they going straight to the sawmill? There were thousands of subterranean dwellers in front of them. If they were to head straight for the sawmill, they would arrive earlier than expected. If that was the case, Would the mercenaries be able to last until midnight? She was very doubtful. I don't know. Brando's answer was concise and comprehensive. Feng truly had no idea. He wasn't a military genius, and he was only familiar with the habits of the subterranean dwellers. As for what the other party's decision would be, Feng had no idea. Then, my lord, the sun is about to set. Didn't you say that we would wait until evening? Brando was surprised. Did I say that? Of course you said at that time. Oh, Brando interrupted her. That's because I saw that you were impatient, so I wanted you to relax. The red-haired girl stared at him with her amber eyes. Even if she had a good temper, she couldn't help but reveal her white canine teeth. I'm sorry. Brando smiled. Scarlet remained silent and turned around. After all, Brando was the lord, and she saw herself as his subordinate. Of course, a subordinate could not question the lord's will. So even if she had doubts, she could only keep them in her heart. But Brando would explain his thoughts to his people most of the time, and today seemed a little strange to her. But it wasn't that Brando didn't want to say it, it was that he couldn't. He smiled as he tapped the Shire of Rhodes market in the space he created. 6 wealth was transferred to all his resources. Since that night of squandering, his wealth had risen to 98 points in the past 3 days. But compared to what he had already spent, this recovery was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Do you plan to go down to the underground cave to find their chieftain? He thought for a moment and answered. The subterranean dwellers have probably dug out the entire mountain. If we go down there, we won't be able to find them for a year. But we can't just wait like this. Scarlet complained. Don't worry, this is just a small tribe. The chieftain of a tribe of about 3,000 people is usually a witch doctor. Brando replied. To deal with an official human wizard, he has to come personally. Then how long do we have to wait? It depends on how cautious they are. Brando answered. At the latest, it won't be more than a little after the moon rises. Can they hold off the subterranean dwellers for that long? Scarlet couldn't help but ask. I believe in Amandina. Brando raised his head. I've already given her the method. The rest will depend on whether the mercenaries are willing to stand with us. But if they can't, they have ways to protect themselves. But in reality, it doesn't matter whether they give up on the lumber mill or not. The outcome of this small conflict has already been decided in the battle this afternoon. What do you mean? Just wait and see. Brando smiled. What I want is not as simple as victory. The moon quickly rose into the sky. Under the night sky, the lumber mill was filled with the smell of silence. But this could not be hidden from the experienced mercenaries. When Yuta was patrolling the lumber mill, she had already sniffed out the unusual smell hidden in the wind. The subterranean dweller scouts have probably arrived. She frowned and raised her hand subconsciously. Her fingers dug into her fiery red hair behind her right ear and combed it back against the night wind that was gradually cooling down. She waved her left hand and called for a few mercenaries to scout the forest. However, her actions had attracted the attention of the others in the camp. Cornelius, the leader of the Rose and Wine mercenary group, raised his head and glanced at her. He then turned his head back and continued to supervise his men as they dug a trench in the camp. It was not a trench, but a precautionary measure to prevent the subterranean dwellers from ambushing them from underground. As for the tall and sturdy Captain Verne, he was also silent. He gestured for his men to climb up the wooden wall. Amandina, who was patrolling the camp, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the mercenaries' orderly and experienced actions. After inspecting the lumber mill, the noble daughter lifted her skirt and walked up the wooden wall with the company of her 2 wild elf sisters. She first looked at Yuta, who was standing under the moonlight. Did you find anything? Amandina asked. Yuta turned her head and saw that it was Amandina. She did not seem surprised, but she did not seem to be interested either. There are things in the forest. Perhaps they are subterranean dwellers or other beasts. I've already sent people to check it out. Subterranean dwellers? Amandina was slightly surprised, but she did not show it on her face. They came so quickly? Perhaps. Amandina emphasized. What if they did? Amandina took a light breath and calmed herself down. Does this mean that the subterranean dwellers are moving quickly, Commander Yuta? Also, can you determine their reaction speed? And the coordination between the armies? Amandina was knowledgeable, but after following Brando for a period of time, she felt that the knowledge she learned was shallow. In front of these experienced mercenaries, experience and knowledge were often beneficial. She looked at Yuta and asked humbly. Yuta also looked at her. For the first time, she felt that this little girl was not as annoying as she thought. Even though she was a little more thoughtful at a young age, she had seen many descendants of the so-called nobles, so she didn't find it strange that she accepted them. The battlefield is ever-changing, and there is rarely any definite information. Amandina shook her head, her red hair swaying like a flame. It could be a subterranean dweller that was left behind to monitor us, or it could be a scout that came from behind. If it is the former, it means that the other party is very skilled in battle. If it is possible, I do not want to be entangled with such a person. But if it is the latter, it means that the other party's overall reaction speed and coordination are superior. If this is the case, then the next few days will be very difficult. And at least it means, Yuta added, that the scout was able to cross the forest in such a short period of time. His individual strength is not ordinary. Which do you think it is, Commander Yuta? Based on experience, Amandina replied. I am more inclined towards the latter. Experience? Experience is very important, Miss Amandina. Especially when you're unsure of something. Experience is like an intuition, and it's more reliable than your knowledge. Jana licked her lips as she looked ahead. A flock of birds was startled in the forest, indicating that the mercenaries and the subterranean dwellers had fought and were chasing them away. Amandina narrowed her eyes. It seems that my guess was not wrong. Your lord is not an ordinary person. What? Amandina looked back in surprise. If the scout is here at this time, it means that the main force is near. Yuta replied, but in terms of time, the attack will be delayed. The real intense battle will last until the second half of the night. That little guy. Oh, I'm sorry. My lord seems to be quite familiar with these subterranean dwellers. He knows more than that. Amandina looked at the moon and replied faintly. To be continued, if you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 263. Amandina could hear the faint sounds of birds flapping their wings in the forest, and she could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. Jana stood beside her. The two ladies, one big and one small, stood silently on the wooden wall, facing the cold moonlight. Who knew what dangers lurked in the darkness? Amandina could imagine the subterranean dwellers leaping through the forest. Their heavy footsteps made crisp crackling sounds as they stepped on the withered pine branches. They quickly appeared from the dark forest and surrounded the lumber mill. The subterranean dwellers appeared from the direction of Mount Greyhar. There were about 30 of them, and they were the same as the ones in the afternoon. The mercenary scouts were obviously no match for them. Fortunately, Amandina had already considered this point. She had sent out cavalry, so they could at least retreat from the forest. The subterranean dwellers followed closely behind the cavalry. They knew that the humans would retreat back to the lumber mill, and if the humans in the lumber mill opened the gates to receive them, they would have a chance to kill their way in. However, Yuta would not make such a low-level mistake. She immediately ordered the crossbowmen to stop the subterranean dwellers with a rain of arrows. At the same time, she ordered her own men to open the gates and let the cavalry in. The crossbowmen released the bowstrings on their crossbows, and a row of white arrows shot out from the wooden walls outside the lumber mill. The uniform crossbow bolts were like an invisible whip lashing out at the subterranean dwellers' formation, causing them to fall into disarray. Amandina saw with her own eyes that the subterranean dwellers that were shot down crawled back up from the ground. There were only 5 or 6 of them that fell. Amandina could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even though she had fought with the subterranean dwellers in the afternoon, she was with the Roman at the back. She did not see the battle as clearly as she did now. But no matter what, the subterranean dwellers left behind 5 or 6 corpses and retreated quickly. They are scouts. The female mercenary leader stared at the direction where the subterranean dwellers had retreated to and confirmed this. Then this is the first group of subterranean dwellers that appeared in the afternoon, Amandina whispered. If they did not gather together, then these are the subterranean dwellers that came from the nearest sawmill. They did not gather together. How did you know? Yuta turned around.
This little girl was just asking her a question, but she came to her own conclusion so quickly. The guide from Abies said that it would take the better part of a day, even on horseback, to get here from the sawmill, she said matter-of-factly. You can see that the troglodytes were not as fast as horses.
The vanguard, Yuta replied.
They probably know that we don't have many people. Even though they disappeared into the sea of people in the blink of an eye, he had already memorized their approximate location.
It was already past midnight.
He immediately reset the card, the Market of the Shire of Rhodes, and tapped it again, transferring 6 points of wealth into the treasure. After doing all this, he lowered his head and looked at the subterranean dwellers gathered in the Silver Valley. The number of subterranean dwellers was astonishing, and they were divided into 3 groups. He guessed that at least half of the subterranean dwellers in this area were stationed under the sawmill.
Looking at the densely packed spears, Brando could not help but frown. The bad news was that he and Scarlet had no choice but to find a target in this army. Even if both of them were gold level rank 1, it was still impossible for them to move freely among hundreds and thousands of iron level creatures. The good news was that it was easier than going around in circles in the underground tunnels dug by the subterranean dwellers. Brando had once been a hot-blooded, impulsive person. He and his companions in the game were like Scarlet, charging in without any hesitation. The difference was that he was here to stop the red-haired girl, but there was no one to stop them at that time. Of course, the result was that they were lost for almost a week. He stood up and waved at Scarlet, who was bored out of her mind. Come with me. You're making a move?
The red-haired girl was stunned.
Brando nodded. The two slid down the hillside silently.
The dense growth of the subterranean tree hid their figures, but it was unnecessary.
The subterranean dwellers did not rely on their eyesight.
Their sharp hearing allowed them to catch the light footsteps of humans from hundreds of meters away.
But that was only for ordinary people.
When Brando and Scarlet came out of the forest one after another, the first to notice them were the bugbears at the edge of the forest. The bugbears with flails were obviously shocked when they saw the man and woman.
They rarely experienced such a situation.
At first, they took a little time to think about how to deal with the situation, but then they immediately let out a deep roar.
The roar echoed throughout the valley.
Clang! Brando cut the meteor hammer that was flying towards him in half with his sword. He tilted his head slightly and let the weapon fly past him.
Then he looked up again.
Probably realizing that their attack did not work and guessing the opponent's strength, the subterranean dwellers and the bugbears in his field of vision became restless. The news spread like a plague among these strange creatures, but the transmission of the news took time, and the reaction took even more time. But Brando had calculated the distance between him and the subterranean dweller witch doctor. He flicked the blade of his sword with his left middle finger and leveled it, drawing a long silver line from left to right.
The wind pressure was released from the blade. It first passed through the few bugbears like wheat stubble left behind by a scythe. These burly bugbears fell like scarecrows and were cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted out from their wounds.
A large number of subterranean dwellers were swept away.
The attack scared the subterranean dwellers.
Although the division of strength between Georgandy Ridge and the surface world was different, the strength of a gold rank 1 was enough to create a deterrent effect no matter where it was.
The subterranean dwellers immediately screamed in horror. To Brando, it sounded like meaningless noise and screams. They then retreated like a receding tide away from Brando. This was even more exaggerated than in the game. Although there was such a thing as morale in the game, it wasn't as ridiculous as this. Brando didn't expect his attack to have such an effect. Even he was surprised. However, this was a good thing. He immediately followed the direction where the subterranean dweller retreated. Scarlet followed closely behind. At this moment, Witch Dr. Tajiv finally discovered the source of the chaos. It shook its huge head, which was unique to subterranean dwellers. At first, its mind was filled with anger and dissatisfaction towards its subordinates. 2 mere humans were able to mess up the team that it had painstakingly assembled. However, it immediately realized that the 2 humans were coming in its direction. And it was extremely fast. It knew this from the feedback of the sound waves it emitted. In just a few breaths, the distance between them had shrunk by several tens of meters. This was not a good sign. Tajiv panicked. P.S. I think everyone should be as unhappy as I am right now. Tajiv's armies and Grodd in its eyes were humans. Humans were humans were humans were humans were humans were humans. But they are humans who lack probability. They actually dared to challenge the entire army alone. Tajiv didn't really care. It thought that the natives were natives after all. They lacked a systematic battle strategy. In the underworld, war had developed into an art. Even though it had only learned the basics, it was enough to look down on these barbarians. It immediately raised its flag and ordered its own kind to surround the two humans. Even if they were slave masters, it was still impossible for them to fight against an army of humans alone. When the subterranean dwellers started to panic, Brando's attack was still going smoothly. He looked up and saw that among the subterranean dwellers who were moving in all directions, there was a conspicuous goat head emblem. It was the emblem of the subterranean dwellers' tribe leader, and it was only 100 meters away from him. But as the subterranean dwellers retreated, they finally encountered the subterranean dweller warriors behind them. These tall, burly subterranean dwellers with purplish-red tumors on their bodies mercilessly whipped their companions with the spears in their hands to wake them up from their panic and return to their posts. The subterranean dwellers screamed and were driven back. So Brendel soon found himself facing the Jorgandi Ridge's regular army that had been driven back. They lined up in a row and tried to pass him a spear with their weak forelimbs, but to be honest, it was hard to say that it was an effective attack. Brando easily swept away these inferior spears. He separated the human wall with his sword and destroyed them again. The first row of subterranean dwellers left 5 bodies covered in a layer of frost and scattered again. The defensive line melted like snow. Brando moved forward for a while, but he immediately saw more subterranean dwellers being driven back. Due to the time that their own kind had bought, these creatures had calmed down. The subterranean dwellers finally reacted. "My lord," Scarlet whispered, intending to tell him that the separated subterranean dwellers had begun to surround them. Brando did not need to turn his head to know what was going on. The sea was pressing in from all directions, but the two of them realized that they were only a dozen meters away from the enemy's formation. Gradually they started to feel resistance. 2 to 3 subterranean dwellers screamed and ran toward them. Their strong hind legs allowed them to exert great strength on the tip of their spears like a galloping cavalry. This kind of attack was completely different from the previous one. After blocking 2 or 3 attacks, Brando could not help but feel a headache. He saw Tajiv's goat head was moving in the opposite direction. It was either to the north or the northeast. In short, it was difficult to distinguish the direction in the chaos. At first, Brando could not help but reminisce about his first plan. It was a plan that he was tempted by when he was at the top of the mountain. That plan was to ride the silver warhorse and break in from the sky. However, he had completely forgotten about the danger of attacking from the sky. His enemy might be a spellcaster. Brando rarely dealt with subterranean dwellers, but he knew that anti-air spells were not rare. Brando and Scarlet did not show any mercy. Flashing electric arcs and frosty blue ice crystals spread dozens of feet forward, and the third encirclement of the subterranean dwellers was reduced to ashes. However, both of them stopped to catch their breath. Brando felt that he had killed at least 40 subterranean dwellers. Since Scarlet was the only one who shared the experience points, he could absorb 700 to 800 XP from each subterranean dweller. If it were not for the drastic decrease in his stamina, it would have been a glorious battle. Scarlet's face was slightly red, and her forehead was already sweating. Her absolute strength was 10% higher than Brando's, but the young man had always been outnumbered in the game. He had always lived a life of killing in and out of chaotic battles. The players' nearly endless lives allowed them to experiment with all kinds of tactics. Hence, the accumulated experience allowed Brando to preserve his stamina as much as possible in such a situation. However, his face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't skip a beat. When the red-haired girl saw his calm expression, she couldn't help but feel a little admiration for him. As expected of some monarch, she thought. However, Brando calmed himself down and listened to the low-frequency vibrations around him. He used his sword to push back the subterranean dwellers and carefully captured the sound. It sounded like a branch of Draconic, and should not be within the range of human hearing.
However, there was a setting in the Amber Sword that when perceptive sense was increased by 1 Oz, the amount of sound that could be captured by the human ear would increase exponentially. At this moment, Brando's perceptive sense was already as high as 20 Oz.
Soon, he heard the unique sound.
It was the subterranean dwellers in the army communicating with each other in their special way. They were also relaying orders to the subterranean dwellers. Brando did not understand the subterranean dwellers' language, but he could guess what they meant. He knew that as long as he disturbed the command nodes hidden in the army, the subterranean dwellers would automatically fall into chaos. To the players, this kind of technique was already considered a cliché.
He quickly located the source of the sound.
He turned his head to the side and sensed that there were 3 to 5 sources of the sound behind the large group of subterranean dwellers.
Judging from their movements, they were forming a fourth encirclement.
"Scarlet," he immediately shouted, "open a gap in that direction."
Scarlet was slightly stunned.
Her blazing amber eyes looked in the direction Brando's sword was pointing.
There, the subterranean dwellers were gathering. A large group of more than 100 subterranean dwellers quickly formed an impenetrable defense line. It was obvious that the subterranean dwellers behind them had sensed Brando's killing intent. However, their actions had also attracted Scarlet's attention. Their actions seemed to indicate that there was something important hidden behind the defense line. The girl swung her long red ponytail.
Without further prompting, she swung her spear forward.
An arc of lightning flashed in the darkness. Dazzling electric sparks pierced through the 3 subterranean dwellers who were blocking the perimeter and immediately penetrated their bodies. The lightning spread out like a fan. After a loud explosion, the subterranean dwellers fell backward in a huge fan shape. The ones in front were charred black, while the ones behind were paralyzed and could not move. When the gap was opened behind the layers of human wall, Brando narrowed his eyes and finally saw the few tall Muru dwellers behind the subterranean dwellers. However, the subterranean dwellers on both sides were closing in. The gap in the human wall was getting smaller and smaller. There was only one chance. He did not hesitate to activate his charge skill. For the first time, he separated from Scarlet, who had been moving back to back. His body instantly turned into a striking black line. The black line shot past the row of subterranean dwellers. The subterranean dwellers only turned around after a few tenths of a second.
However, Brando had already leaped over their shoulders and arrived in front of the subterranean dwellers with his sword.
There were a total of 6 subterranean dwellers in front of him. The purplish-red skin creatures were quite smart. When they noticed that the defense line was broken, some of them came forward to block it, but more of them scattered and ran away. However, Brando immediately unleashed his maximum strength and swung his sword. The full power of the White Raven sword style, and the explosive strength, created a 7-meter-long transparent ripple in the air. Under the cover of the night, the ripple moved forward dozens of meters in an instant. The subterranean dwellers staggered forward, but their heads were immediately separated from their bodies and they fell to the ground. Brando stopped and turned around. The surrounding subterranean dwellers finally retreated because they had lost their leader. I always feel like I'm not good enough to satisfy myself. I wish everyone a happy Children's Day. I'm begging for votes next month. I only got 14 votes after taking a look. I'm tearing up. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 265. A ball of lightning burst out from the darkness like a bright firework. The dazzling electric sparks pierced through the 3 subterranean dwellers and penetrated their bodies. The lightning was like a fan that spread out in all directions. The subterranean dwellers fell to the ground. Tajiv was shocked, but it was not because of the terrifying power of Scarlet's attack. It knew that once one's strength reached the level of a slave master, the lethality of every move would increase exponentially. But what really shocked it was that after Scarlet's attack, the front line seemed to have collapsed. What's going on? Tajiv looked around the battlefield, and it quickly sensed that the voices that had been relaying orders on the battlefield had disappeared. It had lost a few of its own warriors, and these 2 humans seemed to be very familiar with its fighting style. Tajiv was slightly shocked, but it did not have the time to grieve because the 2 humans had started to move forward again. Brando and Scarlet's speed was extremely fast,
and the subterranean dwellers who had lost their formation could not stop them. The distance between the two sides was quickly reduced by half. Of course, Tajiv wouldn't just sit there and wait for its death. However, it soon realized that the subterranean dweller warriors that it sent forward to organize the attack would often be found out from the crowd and executed with surgical precision. After a few times, it gave up on this effort. Not to mention that this effort was meaningless, it did not have that many elites to expend. After losing nearly half a company of subterranean dweller warriors, the subterranean dweller voodoo doctor was starting to get anxious. Moreover, time did not allow it to think too much. He looked around and saw the tall earth spirit bugbears guarding him. It could not help but think that it was time to let these bugbears play their role. Although these bugbears were the strongest fighting force in the subterranean dwellers, the two humans were getting closer and closer, and it did not want to die here for no reason. It made a hand gesture. It was a set of spell elements, Blessing of the Cave. At the cost of losing sight, it could greatly increase a creature's fighting strength for a short period of time. For the peak iron-ranked bugbears, it was enough to raise their strength to the silver rank. This was, in fact, a type of black magic that was extremely harmful to the target. However, Tajiv did not understand this. The witchcraft of a witch doctor was passed down from their blood. It was the blessing of the cave witches. Every subterranean dweller's witchcraft was the first thing they learned, so they did not need to consider the validity of it. It raised 3 of its withered fingers, sprinkled a handful of plant ashes, and cast a blind blessing. This way, the earth spirit bugbears would be temporarily blinded. At the very least, it wouldn't affect their combat strength when they lost their vision. In fact, every earth spirit bugbear had received special blind combat training, so it wasn't a problem for them. Every inhabitant of the underground had to remember this saying. Eyes are superfluous. Finally, Tajiv pointed forward and let out a sharp screech from its throat. His order was simple. He wanted the bugbears to stop the two humans, or at least stop them. At the very least, he wanted to buy time for his warriors to reorganize the cowardly bugbears. It knew that a human's physical strength was limited. Its sharp hearing had even caught the sound of the woman's heavy breathing. It knew who was going to last longer. But Tajiv believed that victory would belong to the subterranean dwellers. This was the result of his experience in hundreds and thousands of battles. While listening to the goblin bears moving forward with heavy steps, he ordered his personal guards, even though the goblin bears were no longer of the same standard after the goblin bears were gone, to cover his retreat. These two damned humans. Tajiv couldn't help but curse in its heart. But at this moment, Brando and Scarlet saw a completely different scene. The red-haired girl felt that she was about to collapse from exhaustion. She had never participated in this kind of battle before. The two of them advancing courageously in the midst of an army of 10,000 sounded pretty good. But in reality, her stamina was depleting several times faster than usual. She could already remember how many enemies she had killed. Hundreds or more. At first, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, but as her stamina gradually depleted, the feeling of advancing courageously was soon mixed with a trace of difficulty. The lightning arcs that extended from her halberd had shrunk from 10 feet long, but now they were only surrounding her body. Scarlet didn't know how long she could last. She couldn't help but look around. There were enemies everywhere. She began to gasp for air as she looked at Brando in admiration. Brendel was the only one who remained calm and composed. His elemental energy was a type of ice powder that was formed from low temperatures, and the subterranean dwellers who were close to him were forced to retreat by the cold. Scarlet gritted her teeth and followed him, unwilling to lose. But she didn't know that Brando was also feeling a little weak. After all, no matter how strong you were in the Amber Sword, as long as you didn't have a perfect body, you would never be able to escape exhaustion. Be it gold rank, 1 or elemental activation, there was no exception. The young man's calmness and ease in using his elemental ability were all due to an unexpected surprise. As his level increased, the indomitable ability hidden in his body gradually grew, and more new attributes appeared. And at this moment, he was surprised to find such an indomitable ability. As long as the stamina does not enter the stage of exhaustion, the character can use all his abilities as if he was in his best condition. On the surface, this indomitable ability did not increase a character's absolute strength, but Brando knew that it played a far greater role in actual combat than he had imagined. After all, any player or NPC As long as they had not reached the stage of perfect body, they would inevitably face the problem of stamina depletion. In other words, except for the real Golden Clan, everyone's absolute strength in combat would gradually decrease. But after obtaining the Indomitable ability, the situation had fundamentally changed. This was an unexpected piece of good news. It meant that he would be able to maintain his peak strength at any time in any battle. This was especially true in a long battle or a duel. He would have an absolute advantage. But Brando thought that although this indomitable ability was beautiful, once he reached the perfect body stage, it would become useless again. When he thought of this, he felt a little helpless. He casually swung his sword. The continuous use of the White Raven sword style and power burst had already pushed his stamina to the critical point. But at this moment, Brando raised his head and finally saw the earth spirit bugbears around Tajiv finally moving. Then, he saw a layer of black and red light flashing on the subterrane dweller's body. He recognized that it was the most commonly used skill of the subterrane dwellers, Cave Blessing. The subterrane dweller's mana pool was not large, which meant that the subterrane dweller had begun to use its trump card. That was enough. Brando could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head slightly. "Scarlet, can you still hold on?" he asked. The red-haired girl casually slapped away a subterrane dweller that was charging at her. She took a deep breath and did not even have the mood to answer this question. She only asked, "Phew. How far do we have to go, my lord?" Her answer had already shown that she was exhausted. But when she turned her head, she saw a row of earth spirit bugbears blocking her way like a tall wall. She was shocked and her face turned pale. She took a deep breath and pulled back her halberd. She gritted her teeth and said, "My lord, I remember that you have the ability to accelerate, right?" "Charge." Brando was stunned. "Yes." "What?" I'm already exhausted. I'm afraid I don't have the strength to continue." Scarlet took a deep breath, but when she raised her head, her eyes flashed with an unyielding fighting spirit. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll use the seventh chord to open up an opening." "My lord, you think of a way to speed up and pass through those earth spirit bugbears. Are they called earth spirit bugbears?" Brando did not expect this to be what she was thinking. He shook his head and said, "What are you talking about?" "I'm asking if you can buy me some time." "Time?" Scarlet was stunned. 30 seconds. The red-haired girl's eyes flashed with doubt, but she still nodded firmly. "Of course." "Then I'll leave it to you." Brando stared at the wall of earth spirit bugbears that was getting closer and closer. In his eyes, Tajiv's goat head was getting farther and farther away. But success seemed to be right in front of him. When Tajiv felt that Brando and Scarlet had stopped, it almost thought that victory was in its hands. It thought that even if they were two slave masters, they would have to be careful in front of more than 20 earth spirit bugbears with the blessing of the cave. However, as long as they slowed down, it would have enough time to reorganize its panicked tribesmen. In this way, the two humans' efforts would be in vain. Tajiv couldn't help but feel proud of its brilliance. However, before it could order the troglodyte warriors to return to the front lines to supervise the fleeing troglodytes, an unexpected situation occurred within its hearing range. It was a sharp premonition of danger that was left over from years of war. Its heart skipped a beat, and it subconsciously raised its head. Although it lacked vision, it could feel that there was an uninvited guest in the air from the feedback of the sound wave. It did not know what it was, but it had never heard of this special echo before. It was soft with a hint of chaos, as if it was stirring up the air and creating a vortex in the wind. It was the sound of wings, but it was much louder than the sound of birds. Tajiv suddenly remembered a legend about the surface world. It thought that it must be a giant eagle, the giant eagle of the elves on the surface world. But at this moment, only Brando, Scarlet, and a few earth spirit bugbears in the army could see that it was not a giant eagle that appeared in the sky, but two shining angels with two pairs of light wings on their backs. The holy archangels descended from the sky. Their target was Tajiv, which was right below them. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.